Nisambula Vinaka, and welcome to the last day of the virtual Early Career Ocean Professional Days live stream. Over the past few days, we've heard amazing testimonies from a myriad of contributors and ocean professionals here online, as well as via our mobile journalists on the ground in Barcelona. We've been discussing an array of topics concerning the UN Ocean Decade challenges. Thank you so much for following the program over the past few days, and if you've just logged on today, welcome. Thank you for joining in. To get things started for the day, my co-host Elizabeth and I will walk you through some amazing presentations from the second and last part of the Pacific region session. First things first, my name is Denzel Atomurarava and I'm from the Fiji Islands in the South Pacific. I am a marine biologist and early career ocean professional based in Suva, the capital of the Fiji Islands. With a master's in marine biological resources and a passion for ocean conservation, I currently serve as an intern with the Worldwide Fund for Nature, WWF Pacific, embedded within the Climate Change Division of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change of the Fiji government. With a strong scientific background, I aim to broaden my scope by delving into marine policy. My work involves stakeholder engagement on national, regional, and international levels, focusing on Fiji's national ocean policy governance. I will now hand over the torch to Elizabeth, who will introduce herself. Over to you, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Denzel. Hi, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Kroger. I'm one of your co-hosts for the Pacific region. I am an interdisciplinary conservation biologist, educator, and scientific diver based in Monterey, California. So I currently work in marine education, both as a bilingual naturalist at the Monterey Bay Aquarium and as a dive master. And I've experienced designing and conducting socioecological research, which informs environmental management decisions and conservation project development. So these research projects have spanned from things like sustainable fisheries to marine reserve design, coral reef restoration, and even ecotourism. But the goal of my work always centers around increasing stakeholder participation in conservation decisions. So before we get started, we'd just like to lay out a couple of housekeeping rules. So if you have any questions, please use the chat function. You can send them at any point and we'll note them for the end of people's presentations when we have a panel. And if you're not speaking, just please mute your microphone to make sure that the sound works well for our speakers. Should you have a question, you can also raise your hand, and we will include all the email addresses of our contributors in the chat during today's session if you'd like to contact them. I'll now hand it back over to Denzel to start us off. Oh, Denzel, I think we are unable to hear you.
Sorry for that. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Our first theme today is strengthening marine knowledge and skills. First up, we have Dan Diaz from the Philippines. Dan Diaz is a climate justice activist, speaker, and founder of V.ECOP, empowering communities through renewable energy. He co-founded Pusyon Kinayahan, apologies if I didn't get the correct, International, and is the Secretary General of the Philippine Marine Environmental Protection Association. Dan is involved in environmental campaigns, including climate reality projects and Let's Do It Philippines movement. Recognized for his leadership, he has received awards such as the Miguel R. Magangalang Individual Climate Leadership Memorial Award. Without further ado, and with the topic Blue Thumb, I present to you Dan Diaz. Over to you, Dan.
Decade of protection and conservation. So I just arrived from our Hilutungan channel. I am from the Philippines, and the Hilutungan channel is part of the Visayas that is rich in marine protected areas. And we know that Philippines is an archipelagic country, and we have around 7,000 island communities. And we are rich in natural resources as well as biodiversity. It is sad to note that we have been in the forefront of the impacts of climate change. If you remember 10 years ago, the Super Typhoon Haiyan, that was in 2013, and it caused a lot of damage to properties, agriculture, even the lives of people. In my experience, because of that Super Typhoon Haiyan, we came up with a solution to provide solar disaster deployment because there's no power. And we found out that the island communities in the Visayas region a lot of pollutions, a lot of human interventions in destroying the reef. And sad to note that the recent typhoon that we experienced here in Cebu, this is in the Visayas area of the Philippines, um, the corals that we have been protecting were washed out by the strong winds, by the strong water surge. So the typhoons that we are experiencing in the Philippines is approximately around 2020 on the average a year. And currently with the global heating, we have around 5 super typhoons that are scattered all over the archipelago. And it's not just the structures on land that has been devastated by strong winds, by calamities, by flood. It is our reef. We found out that the global heating, the warming of seawater, our fisher communities that we're helping for the past 10 years, the seaweed production is slowly declining. The fish catch is lessening each day, and the coral reef has been attacked by ocean acidification as well as crown of thorns. So there is really an effort to really do the proper retrieval of crown of thorns. Good thing is there are social media that people are aware, but if they don't have the marine biologists in their team, they don't know the science of doing it, they just copy from the social media or video, then that becomes a problem. So there are instances like, for example, in retrieval of our ghost nets, as a team of divers, we call ourselves like the blue thumb. If you're a green thumb, you plant and reforest on land. But now our ocean, which is 70% of our planet, our oceans, our people, we really uh, need a healthier reef. And our coral system, our coral reef have been affected by, if there's urbanization, there's reclamation, right? Uh, then there is development. Then there's the lessening of our food source, but not just the food source that we were looking at, but in the long run, the entire biodiversity, the marine biodiversity is being affected. That's why our project here in Cebu started with volunteer divers, but with marine biologists, with different academies, as well as civic organizations, and partnering with the local government. We come up with an idea of, since there is a need to do artificial reef, we come up with the idea of doing a modular wherein you can also plant fragments that are available nearby. For example, if you want to get to know the photos and on the videos, I suggest you go to our Facebook page, Blue Thumb. I don't want to share it right now, but it's all there. The structures, the videos. What we have been doing is designing a modular pyramid of this structure, wherein if you don't have a big ship, you don't have a big loader, you can assemble them underwater, and the local community can form this mold and make a pyramid. So once we have these artificial pyramids, then we have fragments we can plant. So it's not just that we are waiting for the corals to grow 50 years, right? Each year, on the average, like how many centimeters is the fragments? Like 10 centimeters on the average per year, and 50 years that it can go back. So this is our advocacy when we go to our fisher communities. Like, you're celebrating the birthday of your child for 1 year, 1 year old, and then you go to your reef and destroy just to catch a big amount of fish for the people to eat during the celebration. So it will take another 50 years to bring back that reef. So that's very alarming. aside from the dynamite fishing, aside from the illegal trolling by these commercial shipping in this country, and since so wide is the Philippines, there's no monitoring. So to say, we need Internet of Things, artificial intelligence in really protecting our oceans. So going back to our initiatives is we're happy that we are always doing the right thing in terms of diving, getting debris, getting this crown of thorns, and training local government and communities how to do the retrieval. And then luckily we have a partner in Oslo that is a town in the southern part of Cebu. Well, a lot of whale sharks are there, but usually normally the fishing communities there rely on the coral reefs. But sad to say, with the illegal practices, there's no more corals. But with our intervention like 3 years ago with the Blue Thumb project, this has been supported by, for example, civic groups like Lions International, USJR is the local academe who are now documenting the progress, taking pictures, documenting the works of the volunteer divers. And we are now completing these documents that it can show, that it will be shown or be available worldwide how we are successful and learning from these skills on assembling underwater and then putting fragments underwater. So the learning curve is that there were mistakes in the beginning. For example, we found out that when you plant a coral fragments, it should not be exposed over the sea surface, because if you expose the fragments above the sea, then it will not grow, it will die. So that's one of our experience when we do coral fragment planting. They will always question, for example, the idea of why do you have to do a coral planting, artificial reef? You know, in the Philippines, we have been the reefs are destroyed with this surge of water, right? The strong surge of the water and a lot of illegal practices. Can we just sit and then let nature do itself? And it will take 50 years, right? And every day, while we're talking right now, there are destructions of our reefs. And what should we do? Then we have to properly do the right thing of doing this Blue Thumb project. And in the Philippines, there is what we call a Coral Act, a law that we will always try to amend. So we need the congressman, because when you do a coral planting, you have to get a permit from the Bureau of Fisheries here in the Philippines. I don't know in your country, but in the case of Philippines, it takes more than a year to get a permit from the LGU to get a permit to do a coral planting in your marine protected area, in your municipal water, and it takes time. So what we did is like we coordinate, we ask approval to the mayor, to the barangay that we will do this project, and we ask the local government to apply for the gratuitous permit. So the learning is, just to summarize, my time is up already for 10 minutes. Just to summarize that we required a fast track access to get permissions or approval for these type of activities, and it has to be documented, and these learnings can be shared. So no more mistakes in doing our conservations. And thank you very much. So I appreciate the invitation and acceptance, and also I'm promoting this as part of our international waste platform, which I'm also the convener here in the Philippines. So thank you. I'll wait for the question and answer.
Thank you so much for that, Dan. It was really interesting to hear about certain archipelagical countries, how we face similar issues. If you have any questions to our audience, you can drop that down in the chat box. We will discuss that at the end of this particular theme presentation. Then we'll go into the panel discussion. So the next presenter is Eric Stanley, who has a background in language teaching, IT, and tourism. After teaching Turkish, English, Spanish, French, and Indonesia around the world, he returned to his hometown in Indonesia and started his own organization, Niti Basa. Niti Basa is dedicated to empowering disabled and orphan children, especially those who have been victims of domestic abuse and the pandemic, through coding and language education. He hopes to give these individuals the skills to be confident, independent, and productive. Now, Eric Stanley is hoping to use coding and language education and his work with young people as a way to increase climate and ocean conservation awareness in his community. With the topic climate education through language and coding, the floor is yours, Eric. Hi, Eric. Could you switch on your camera for us, if you don't mind? Eric, are you able to hear us? I think you're muted. Eric, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself.
So now, you get my voice now? Oh my God, sorry,
Yes,
because there was so. Okay, so but before we start the session stuff, I want to say something. This is thanks for your time today. And actually today we're gonna talk more about the coding stuff. So can I share my screen, Denzel?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So yes. By the way, I'm bringing like our culture stuff here because here we want to show that even we are modern, we have like the IT stuff, but we are still combining with the local culture. So that's the meaning of Niti Bahasa. So can you see now my screen?
We sure can.
Okay, so yeah, so my name is Stanley. So guys, do you know Jet Li? Do you know Bruce Lee? I'm Stanley, nice to meet you. I'm from Indonesia. And here actually, we're gonna talk more about the climate awareness. And yeah, we are coming from Niti Bahasa. It's coming from the local like course, like we can say like something Coursera, but we need the online classes also, we offline. And yeah, so we focus on the coding, so like the animation, game, and also like under application, and we have also like the language, more than 10 languages. And also, by the way, our team, we are supported by orphan, abandoned child, disabled, pandemic victim, broken home family, teacher. But at least they have to teach before at least 2 years, and they have international certification before. Again, here, we want to show that we have superpower inside our marginal staff. And here, we try to bring the value here, even we love our culture, this is our Pancasila, it's like local culture, but we also know more about the IT stuff. So we want to combine them, balance them between the local and international stuff. So that's why we have here, we can code and speak internationally, but with local culture. So we have to appreciate someone, something like that. And with this certification stuff, our team, we support with this MRT, Harvard, Google, something like that. And we have another international stuff. And in Indonesia, we have more than like 50 national institution staff, our partners. And this one, our achievement. So in the first 2020, we get like the top 9 startup in Asia. And thanks God, this year we get like the reigning, like a lot of like award from Indonesia. So that's why I'm in here. Thanks for God for everything. And here I want to underline that we are able to not disable. Even we have our teacher, they are disabled, but they can speak 3 languages. And also we have like, for example, like blind teacher, but they can teach also 2 languages and they go to Australia for the awards. And this our program. So we do care about the SDG program itself. So that's why here, so we have like no profit stuff, we combine with our Niti Bahasa program here. So what we're gonna do now, actually we're gonna empower, superpower difabel, orphan, abandoned child, broken home family, and pandemic victims teacher as our team. And the next one, we have like the coding language and environment for understanding stuff, something like that. Okay, so here is like about activity. So we teach about the coding and the language with the national program in Indonesia. And also we have the online and offline classes. And those are our expert in language and coding, but they are coming from orphan background and also pandemic victim background. And this are even in Indonesia, in the radio and television stuff. Again, we're going to show that this is the coding. We have another version of coding. So it's not only creating platform, but we can also make the environment awareness here for our program stuff. And we are also not only about the classes, we also like publish our research. These are our theme and our research about environmental awareness through coding and language, but we can see from the ID concept. So like so characters, something like that. And we publish them in international journal stuff. So far we have 3 activities here. We have like online, offline, and hybrid coding. So we focus on animation, how we create game and Android application, but we focus on the environment and ocean implementation stuff. And next one, in language also, we have fun way, again, with the karaoke. So we'll read, speak, and also we karaoke our English, but with the environment topic, listening and speaking class, whispering your English, and then chit chat your English stuff. Because we talk too much theory here, so that's why can we practice a little bit, Denzel? Or another friend here? So, okay. So I think we're gonna have only one chance, right? So I'm gonna ask you guys, you can write down through chat box. So what we're gonna play, you wanna play the coding or the language? You can write down to your chat box. So you wanna write for the coding or for the language? You can write down which one you wanna do. Which one you wanna do? Yes? Okay, so then let's try the first with coding stuff. I'm gonna show you that really how it's gonna work. Okay, so now this one we can see, yes, so I'm gonna play the wheels and I'm gonna show you how it works. Okay, guys? Okay, language. After this, yeah, Mr. Alfikri. Now, I'm gonna play the one, I'm gonna show you how it's gonna work. Tara game. Okay, so how it's gonna work? How it's gonna work? So here, we're gonna teach all the students about environment, again, environment and ocean knowledge, but with coding version. So we can create game with our own way. So this is one of our game creation, but we focus on the environment awareness. I think still loading because I have opened before, so not a little close. So I think it's gonna open a little bit here. So with coding and language, we can support all life section, guys. Here, it's not only about social life, but also coding, but also like environment stuff. Okay, so this is one of our coding product from our student. So they create one game by himself, and it talk about environment. And also, in here, I'm gonna show you about the coding itself. So from this part, we have 2 sessions. The first, we have design for the right brain, and also about the coding itself, the left side brain. And again, the most important thing for the game animation application, we can monetize them. So they can empower themselves by creating marketplace here. So again, this is like, this is about the coding itself. This is like the draft of the coding stuff. So this is how we're gonna play the coding. I mean like the game. Wait, I think a little bit laggy here, sorry. So we're gonna play this game. Yes. This is about like the ping pong stuff, but with the environment stuff. And this is about the design for the right side with the design and the left side with coding about logical stuff. And then next, I think we have like 3 minutes more or something. And this is, I'm gonna show you like a little bit like the slide information stuff about the animation stuff. And also this is when tankable. I think we also create an application. How we gonna create an application? For example, we can select thermometer with the online stuff. Again, about environment. And Stanley, what about the language? The language. Okay, here, actually for the language, we have like the 3 session different. Okay, I think here, actually we have, I think I'm gonna, okay. So if, of course, if you wanna know more about the project or you wanna know more about collaboration, please you just scan this. Okay, we are super open with the all chance here because I know 10 minutes not enough to cover all the coding and language stuff here. So if you want to know more about collaboration, about something like that, you can scan this barcode and we can communicate more in the future. So guys, are you ready for the organization and collaboration, guys?
Thank you so
Okay,
much,
thank
Stanley.
you
What a
guys.
wonderful.
Most welcome, dear.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Stanley. That was such a wonderful presentation, very interactive. And I know that you have so much more to show us than just what you have showed in the 10 minutes. We will have a panel discussion and we'll also link all your information below so that the audience members can reach out to you accordingly. Thank you so much. Our next presenter is Radha Pandeva. Thank you so much, Eric. Our next presenter is Radha Pandeva, a European contributor. Radha is a Bachelor of Science, Marine Science student at the University of Exeter with a passion for ocean bioacoustics and marine literacy. She is a young ocean advocate for the Youth for Ocean Forum and part of the Youth Ocean Network of the Marine Conservation Society. Radha is also involved in the Falmouth Marine Conservation Outreach and Education Team and was the first World Ocean Day Youth Advisory Council member from Bulgaria. She founded the Thalassophil Project, an EU-funded initiative to make marine science and ocean literacy accessible to everyone, including those who are deaf or visually impaired. Radha will be presenting on the Thalassophil Project. All yours, Radha.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Denzel. First off, can you hear me? Because I'm wearing headphones.
Yes, we can hear you
Oh,
clearly.
good, great. And apologies for any sounds you might hear during my presentation. I will try to speak up, but you just interrupt me if you have to. Hi, everyone. My name is Radha Pandeva, just like Denzel said, but I wanted to introduce myself in British Sign Language as well. And now I will share my screen. There we go. Let's move it. Yeah, so I'll present the Thalassophil Project, which is an initiative that I founded something like 5 or 6 years ago. The idea was born in my head. But later on, a few years later, I met wonderful partners, which the logos of which you can see down below, Interchange Nonprofit, which is a German-based organization, as well as Istituto di Storia di Torino, the Institute for the Deaf in Turin, Italy, thanks to who we are able to make this goal a reality, to make marine science universally, marine science and ocean literacy, so the blue education part as well, universally accessible with a focus on deaf and visually impaired communities or people with disabilities. When I talk about accessibility, I talk about universal accessibility because when you're trying to include people, when you're trying to be inclusive in your work, you can't really pinpoint, oh yes, I'm just going to help this group of people, right? Universal accessibility means really thinking about everyone and including everyone's voice and just letting everyone have a seat at the table. So now actually, I will leave my presentation and share a video, which I want to start with. So be open to everything that happens. And can you see the video? Can somebody say yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay,
Yes,
so I'm gonna play it. And no worries if you can't hear anything.
Hi there.
Oh,
My
you
name
can
is-
hear this. This is not supposed to be, you're not supposed to be able to hear this. Okay. I'm going to try and actually describe this video instead, because this is not the right format. Apologies for that. I'm going to share my other screen again. It's always a little bit more difficult to present online than it is in person. Can you see my presentation again?
Yes, we can, Radha.
Great. The video that I was trying to show you, it was supposed to play without sound. And unfortunately, I can't recreate that. I will have to tell it to you, but it's okay. It was supposed to be this video of this scientist. His name is Dr. Ottenperser. He is a marine ecologist, a deep sea ecologist from the Alfred Wegener Institute for Polar and Marine Research in Germany as well, based in Bremerhaven. The video was supposed to play without sound, and you're probably going to think, where's the sound? What's going on? Is that a technical difficulty? It was not supposed to be a technical difficulty. It was supposed to just show what the reality is for deaf people, particularly in this case, or in this example. What it's like for them to get access to the Blue Education material that we are able to get. Just for example, this presentation as well. This presentation, if not for the live captions, is probably not accessible for deaf participants, I wouldn't say. And our aim through the Thalassophile project is to change that narrative. We are here to lay the groundwork and inspire other organizations to apply and really think with accessibility in mind when it comes to putting out Blue Education and ocean literacy, marine science material out there. Because we strongly believe that, I personally strongly believe that the ocean doesn't discriminate, and everybody should and must have access to all the knowledge, resources. In my next slide, if it changes, there it is. And that's what thalassophile means. Thalassophile is a Greek-derived word, which means a lover of the seas and ocean. I identify as a thalassophile, and I always have, and I'm sure all of you here on the meeting as well identify as thalassophiles. And loving the ocean has no boundaries. And there shouldn't be any boundaries to who can and is allowed to and who should have access to the ocean and be able to really manifest that love, you know? And this is really, again, what is in the heart of Thalassophile and what we're trying to do. So very quickly, if my slide changes again, would be fantastic. There it is. Going back. This went slightly ahead. There it is. I'm just going to quickly run through the activities that we are creating with our partners, Interchange and the Turin Institute for the Deaf, but I would rather show you what we are doing instead of just telling you. I think it has more of an impact. The picture you see on the screen is from the front page of our Common Accessibility Framework, which you can find by scanning this QR code or also typing the link below, thalassophileproject.org/the-framework. The Common Accessibility Framework is this 18-page digital document, which essentially has these very practical tips and tricks and guidelines for people who are trying to provide this education, this ocean science and ocean literacy education, just practical tips which they can apply so that the content becomes a little bit more accessible if it isn't already. It's fantastic that, I mean, it's fantastic the initiatives we have heard about already, and I'm really inspired by, thank you to the previous speakers as well. But this is just a nice and practical guideline for other people who maybe have not thought about it as much, to really help them build that accessibility within their work. And this video, which played with sound in the beginning, is part of our original educational episodes. 4 lovely scientists have contributed their time by filming a 5-minute video, and they talk about their work. So this is the ocean science educational material, which then our partners from the Turin Institute for the Deaf have translated in international sign. You probably just noticed I didn't say sign language, international sign language, because there isn't one. Every sign language is different. So Bulgarian Sign Language, I'm originally from Bulgaria, is different to British Sign Language, is different to Spanish Sign Language, is different to Filipino Sign Language, and to Indonesian Sign Language as well. The structures are different, just like the spoken languages are different. So our partners have translated those 4 episodes that the scientists created into international sign, which is essentially like English. a language or signs in this case that are more universal, like thank you, like hello, and so on. Of course, you probably can imagine that some scientific terminology is quite difficult to create a sign for. Some scientific terminology does not have a sign in all those sign languages that I just pointed out. So it's really, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this space, and I think it's very exciting, and it's very exciting to work with a lot of people who also have a passion for this and really cultivate that power within the local communities and people who have knowledge of those local sign languages. And that's why I said we're here to lay the groundwork to really start the conversation and give the floor to everybody else. We have then the Digital Resource Hub and the fact sheets, which are the other two more practical, the more practical side of Thalassafau that we have created, but I will let you discover that later on so that I can get on with the rest of the presentation and not take too long. And this is again just a more infographic, more visual representation of the activities that we do. The Common Accessibility Framework, the educational episodes, the fact sheets, which are again these documents to support educators in providing accessible marine knowledge, and the Online Resource Hub. It's where I'm hoping that all of you would be able to join with your projects. It's a hub of accessible resources, and everybody can go on it and search, okay, I want a resource from this country, or I want a digital resource, or I want a visual resource, or I want an auditory resource, or multi-sensory one as well. This is just a visual representation of the activities. And our why, I already said that I personally really, it's really like a personal philosophy. I love the ocean. I'm a Thalassafau, and I strongly believe that everybody has to have access to it. I don't see how else we could protect it if not giving everybody a voice. And here are just some statistics of, this is specifically European related because this is where I do my work. But it's very interesting to discover what the statistics are across the world, specifically in the Pacific region. And please shout or write in the chat if you already have those numbers. But sometimes in some countries there aren't numbers, you know, these things have not been actually quantified. And we need those numbers, we need the science, you know, to be able to really say, okay, this is what needs to be done, and this is what we can do. And in terms of the UN Ocean Decade, because it is the second day of the UN Ocean Decade Conference, I'm actually tuning in from Barcelona as well. Our work focuses on Challenge 9, Skills, Knowledge, and Technology for All, as well as Challenge 10, Change Humanities, sorry, Relationship with the Ocean. We really believe that we have to do our work from an emotional level, you know, really connect people on an emotional level with the ocean. That's why Thalassafau means a lover of the seas and ocean. But to do that, we need to enable people with Challenge 9, give them the skills, knowledge, and technology to do that. And here I wanted to share a success story. Recently, between January and February, there was a Vision 2030 white paper review process where the public, the civil society could contribute, could read those 9 white papers or choose one of the 9 or one of the 10 papers inspired by the 10 challenges of the UN Ocean Decade. And they could provide, just give feedback and say, okay, this maybe should be improved. And my colleagues and I did this. We read through the whole paper 9. And you can see here the 0 draft in the top right corner. I have highlighted in blue the text where it says promote the representation of women, early career ocean professionals, indigenous communities, the under-resourced coastal countries, and ocean science, communication, and policy. When I first read the 0 draft of paper 9, I realized there is 0 mention of people with disabilities. They have mentioned underrepresented countries and minority groups, but I thought it was very important to mention explicitly people with disabilities. So we spent countless of hours really typing and writing and giving feedback and writing emails to the people from the working group who created this document to begin with. And I'm very happy to say that recently version 1 was published in April, just a few days ago, really. And the language has been improved by just putting the words people with disabilities. I also believe that I don't really like the wording people with disabilities because those people are able, you know, just like Stanley said, but I think it was important to begin with, change the language, the first step, and then build up from there. And here are just a few other snippets that I've taken from this paper. You're able to read it.
Sorry to interrupt you,
yes.
Radha. Your session is coming to a close.
Yes, I'm finished. This is. I wanted to show this, and I wanted to give this quote to finish with. If we're going to achieve everything, we need everyone on board. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Radha, for your
Apologies
presentation.
for the delay.
That's no problem. Thank you so much for your time. It's really interesting to hear about the Thalassophile project and how you're bringing inclusivity to the ocean space. Our next presenter is Maxine Kutraki from Hong Kong. Maxine Kutraki is a marine biologist from Italy, based in Hong Kong. She has extensive international experience in marine education and research. She is a board member of AMEA and a member of the IUCN Communication and Educations Committee. Previously, she worked for over 5 years at an international school in Hong Kong, where she established the Marine Science Center and taught students through hands-on experiments and fieldwork. Maxine is currently pursuing a PhD in marine ecology with a focus on fostering ocean literacy in Asia and Italy. Maxine will be presenting on marine science curriculum. Over to you, Maxine.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Great. So, hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be part of this conference. I'm explain now the importance of integrating curriculum.
Hey, Maxine, I think we're unable to hear you.
Oh, yeah.
So sorry, Maxine, we really cannot hear you. Your audio is a bit muffled. Maybe if you tried switching off your camera, it'll give more bandwidth for your audio and you can share your screen. Could you try that instead? Could you try switching off your video stream? Maybe that'll help.
I think I did.
Okay, yes, we can hear you much better now.
Okay, so now you can hear me.
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So very close, basically a city on the beach called Pescara. I went to a high school, which was a scientific high school, but we never learned anything about the ocean. So even if we basically lived on the ocean, we never studied any subject related to it. Now I'm in Hong Kong. I've been here for 7 years. Hong Kong also has a very long coastline. It's composed of over 200 islands. And even if it's bestly known for being a very big city and a finance center, it actually has an incredible diversity of marine ecosystems, from mangroves to corals, rocky shore, and seagrass bed, and also a variety of animals, over 5,000 marine species, according to research done in Hong Kong, including, as I said, corals, but also many marine invertebrates and even dolphins. Unfortunately, since the 70s, there's been a strong decline in marine diversity because of lack of protection and also because of a lack of understanding the ocean. So, quoting David Attenborough, I say, no one will protect what they don't care about, and no one will care about what they have never experienced. So I think, how can we actually increase the awareness about the ocean in order to protect marine ecosystems? I think integration is the very first. Since 2005, many authors mention how we need to understand the ocean to understand and protect the planet. Many other members of the ocean literacy community in the US and Europe, they mention how to be fully science literate, you need to be ocean literate, so you need to know about the ocean. And also integrating ocean literacy in schools is the starting point to develop a more ocean literate society. We know that with the UNESCO and the Ocean Decade movement, there has been a promotion of ocean literacy, for example, with the toolkit, written also by Francesca Santoro. Nevertheless, we still have a lack of ocean science topics in many schools around the world. So I give an example, a case study of what we did in Hong Kong. I school, which is a primary and high school, as a Marine Science Center in 2018, which includes many aquaria, tanks. There is a touch tank for students to actually touch the animals. We had tanks representing different ecosystems in Hong Kong, from corals to seagrass and mangroves. And we also had research tanks. We still have. I'm not working at the school anymore, but the school is still there. And students were able to do research, and they're able to use the tank to do their own research. For example, I was supervising the student, a high school student who did a research on corals, and she won an award at the Hong Kong Youth Science and Technology competition. She was the only one studying a marine organism. So what we did at the school is trying to integrate marine science into every science unit and inviting all the students to the Marine Science Center to do lessons that relate, for example, to weather and climate. So learning about the water cycle and the ocean. Here I give a few examples, for example, to study the living organisms and how they, the food web, how energy passes through organisms. So every actually science unit can be connected to marine science. And we covered the 7 principles of ocean literacy throughout primary and also high school. Students were able to do, as I said, research, go out on field trips. I was working as the science coordinator, and I redeveloped the marine science and the science curriculum following the next generation science standards of the US, but integrating marine science into each unit. We collaborated with many NGOs and even with the university. We took students out on field trips to, for example, build buoys and collect water parameters. Here is a photo collaboration with the university on this ARMS project. So students were able to identify different species, and they really loved it. These are middle school students. We also invited students to do surveys on the beach, even from a boat, to collect plankton. We did lots of activities, even dissections, and collect water parameters. And we had many outcomes. So an increase of the students' interest for nature. Students became more ocean literate, so they understood the importance of the ocean, how we depend on it, respect for all animals and plants, and a willingness to work in teams and help each other. The point of this is that we obviously were very lucky because we had a Marine Science Center, but when I was working as a coordinator, I realized that teachers, it was very difficult for them to actually teach marine science because they don't have a background in science. So what I think is important for the Ocean Decade is to actually give workshops, collaborate with teachers. So people like us who have a marine science background can give workshops to teachers, for example, to help them integrate marine science into the lesson. They can take them out on a field trip to show what to do. For example, how to teach about the ocean and how it's connected to the earth. And not only if you live close to the sea, but wherever you are. So you can take the teachers, you can take them, for example, to a lake, to a river, to a fish market to see, for example, what kind of fish species are collected, speak about endangered species. We can share online materials with them, share contacts of NGOs and universities, and connect more the teachers of schools with ocean professionals. Not only for primary, also for high school, we can start changing the curriculum of schools. For example, when we teach biology in high school, we should also teach about marine biology, about marine organisms. When we teach physics, we can introduce oceanography. When we speak about the space and planets, we can also speak about the moon and how it affects tides. When we teach about economy, we can also share information about fishery and how humans are they need fishery, but also how to make it more sustainable, and so on. So my suggestions are for teachers. I know there are not many teachers maybe in this talk, but for for the future. They can organize outdoor activities with the students and take them wherever to increase the interest in nature and to increase their understanding of how the ocean is important. Learn about the water cycle. You don't need to be close to the sea again. You can, for example, build a little weather station or collect water with a rain gauge or observe clouds, use microscopes to analyze life. Some microscopes are very cheap on Amazon. They don't require a lot of money, and they're very easy to use for primary students, or even have a very small freshwater tank in the classroom so that students understand how to take care of animals and what animals need to survive, and learn about abiotic and biotic factors. They also can do fieldwork. As I said, it doesn't need to be complicated. We can take students out wherever. We can calculate, for example, biodiversity and species richness using very simple equation. We can use apps such as iNaturalist, which is very useful to assist in identifying species. And we can buy local field guides from everywhere to teach students about animals and plants. So here is a list of resources such as iNaturalist, a stream table, which can be used to teach about rivers and about the, for example, the impact of pollution on river and how everything goes back into the ocean. Different NGOs that work wherever around the world, digital microscopes, instruments to measure water parameters that can be easily bought in different shops. And then obviously the Ocean Literacy Toolkit. So the takeaways for my presentations are the hands-on activities that allow deeper learning and increase students' interest in the ocean. We don't need to live close to the sea to teach about the ocean. Actually, it's even more important if you're far away, because students maybe don't realize there are some students who have never even been to the sea. So for them, it's very difficult to understand how we depend on it. And then teachers, through small workshops, they can also acquire useful tools to be able to teach ocean literacy. Yeah, so I think, I don't know if I actually finished earlier, but this is my contact in case anyone wants to email me and my LinkedIn, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Maxine. It was really interesting to know how we can always involve ocean components or blue ocean components into the marine curriculum. So that's really interesting. So we are a bit pressed for time at the moment. However, we'll go to a quick question and answer session to kick things started. Elizabeth will go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all so much. I really enjoyed all of your presentations. And I was kind of curious, you all have experience in various ways teaching marine science to students that might not have access to that education otherwise. And I'm wondering what other gaps you all might see in terms of access to marine education for specific groups of people, and the ways in which we can all fill those gaps in our various professions, which might not necessarily be as educators, but as scientists or policymakers and that sort of thing. Anyone can go ahead.
Maybe I might suggest like fishermen. I'm going to stop my video. So fishermen, because I feel like fishermen, they know a lot about obviously marine species, but then maybe they don't know about the size, when you should fish an animal so that you allow time to reproduce. Sometimes they're against the different regulations of fishery. And I feel there should be a connection between professionals and fishermen, which is very hard to achieve, but I know it has happened in many countries. And I think that could be something for the future.
That's a great point. Thank you so much.
Sorry, before I was laggy, so I lost the connection. Sorry, guys. So could you really be like write down the question was?
Were you
I
asking
can
what the
quickly run, and you can type the question in the meantime, Elizabeth, if that would work.
Yeah. Because
Cool.
sorry, I lost like connection before, so stupid again, if you don't mind.
What I would say in terms of gaps, and I'll be super quick. of course, my focus is people with disabilities. So there is a lot of work to be done in that space for sure. And I would say I would encourage companies and people and organizations to just be curious and really learn about the different target groups, and really try and be as inclusive and accessible as possible. Yes, we all in this together. So that's what I would say. Very important.
Okay. Thank you, Rita, for your answer. Actually, I'm gonna ask a little bit about, answer about the gaps during like educating with the marine stuff. To be honest, age and background are the biggest gaps, guys, because when you teach kids, you have to be like clown, like hello, who are you? Yoo-hoo, like that. But if you teach like the young people, you have to change again. Background is important. So of course, if you teach, for example, Indonesia, we have more than 100 kind of culture. So sometimes if we teach European people, we have different style also. Again, the biggest one was about our background and of course language. So that's why here, before we have classes, we have to know first their segmentation, what they want, what they pro and contra. Of course, we have something like so a little bit like so fragile topic, so we cannot teach about that stuff also. So the biggest cast for us, like segmentation and about the age and the background. So that's like the first we have to face first before we do something. I hope it's gonna answer your question. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any other points to add to that discussion?
Dan, would you like to add to the question Elizabeth posed? Some educational gaps that you may have noticed. Sorry, we weren't able to hear you. Maybe you're muted, Dan, if you
yes, sir.
mind unmuting. Sorry, I think you're muted again now.
With the COVID pandemic, there were restrictions in the delivery and there are gaps. So what we did right now is in our NGO, we partner with different civic groups. We put up internet connectivity in the last mile and remote islands because the island communities in the Philippines, no access to energy, no access to water, as well as lack of point-to-point connection, very slow speed. So with this We Connect project, we use the Starlink, although they are not our sponsor. So, but it's helping in addressing these education and at the same time disaster. So teachers are happy now with the strong internet connectivity, and then they can engage more with with their students. And it's true that there are persons with disabilities in all over the country. So in fact, we have a research of 10 coastal barangays on disaster campaigns for the special persons with a disability. So how is climate? How is environment? You have to localize, and they had to comprehend whether they are in the sign language or in the PWD that has less that are problems with movement, right? So it's true that I like the idea of considering inclusive person with a disability, senior citizen. And just now, we're celebrating our 10th year with Seed4Com. We found out that there is a need to put safety with our fisher folks by providing life vests. There are a lot of cases that these fisher folks die because of drowning because they don't have life vests. So we have to help them as well. As my point here is that we are not just considering that protecting the environment, our oceans, but we have to take care also of providing help to the people living in these communities.
Thank you so much for your response. I would like to also thank you, Dan, Eric, Rada, and Maxine. You've brought up some very interesting points, such as the initiative, the age differences, the education levels, as well as access to internet being in an archipelagic country, as you mentioned. And unfortunately, we're pressed for time, so we don't have headspace for any more questions. However, we've put all of your contact information down in the chat. Should the audience need any, wish to contact you rather, they can do so directly. Thank you so much once again for your time. I will hand off the spotlight to Elizabeth, who will be introducing us to our next theme. Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you, Denzel. Yes, we're going to be moving on to our next theme, threats and solutions to a healthy ocean. We're going to be talking about topics like plastic and chemical waste in the sea, and we're going to learn from some ECOPs who are working on some amazing solutions to these problems. So our first speaker is going to be Antoine Fructuoso. Antoine, originally from Bordeaux, France, obtained his bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Bordeaux in 2022. He is currently pursuing a master's degree in ecotoxicology and environmental chemistry at the same university and is in the final stages of completing his program. Antoine is currently undertaking his second internship at SINTEF Norway, where he is investigating the effects of human pollution on the Arctic coastal ecosystem, with a particular focus on the Svalbard archipelago. Thank you so much for joining us, Antoine, and over to you.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Is it okay?
Yes, we can.
I would like to share my screen if it's possible.
Yes, of course, go ahead.
Okay, well. Can everyone see? It's a little bit of problem. Sorry.
Antoine, you can try switching off your
can
feed.
Everyone see my presentation on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of. Is it okay now? Sorry, because I'm on a double screen.
Now we're just seeing your home screen, but no presentation.
Okay, I will try to do something then. And normally, now it should work.
Yes, now we can see them.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for be a bit late. So welcome everyone. My name is Antoine Fructuoso. I am a student from the University of Bordeaux, a master student. And today I want to talk with you about marine pollution on the subject of chemical of emerging Arctic concern, or CEAC, in Svalbard, sources, occurrence, and distribution. This work is part of a project called Climarest, which is a project also part of Horizon 2030 in Europe. It's a project led by Ida Bess Overjordets from SINTEF in Norway, which is also my supervisor. But before going into the subject, we need a little bit of context about what we are doing. So let's talk about ecotoxicology. I like to call ecotoxicology contaminant hunting. On a much more precise definition, the field of ecotoxicology is the study of the fate and behaviors of pollutants within the environment, with the primary goal of protecting native flora and fauna from toxicological impact. And it is a multidisciplinary field which englobes ecology, biology, geology, chemistry, environmental chemistry, and a lot of different fields depending on what is your question. And we aim to have a global point of view of really precise mechanisms, which is the hardest thing, I think, because if you want to answer the question, is a molecule a threat for an organism or an ecosystem, you need to look at a few things. And the first thing you need to look at is called environmental fate, which is for this molecule, what is its sources, what is its transport, its distribution, mode of degradation, interaction, and a lot of different parameters. And also you need to include the physiochemistry of the molecules and the physiochemistry of the environment around the molecule. So it can be a little bit tricky some time. And in this work, in particular, we are looking at wastewater, sediments, and biota, and the link between each of them. And we are looking at CEAC. But what are CEAC? In Arctic, you have an organization called Arctic Monitoring and Assessment Program, or AMAP, which is an international organism which monitors Arctic since 25 years. And in 2016, they produced a report on newly detected chemicals found in the Arctic ecosystem. Newly detected doesn't mean that they are new to the ecosystem. It means that they are new to the detection, and they are new to the scientific interest for a lot of those molecules that are present in the ecosystem since many years. And CEAC is a denomination of a lot of different families of compounds. Here you have an example of what we are looking for. Like for example, for pharmaceuticals and personal care products, you will find paracetamol, caffeine, hand sanitizers, makeup, sunscreen. Maybe in the phenol family, you've heard about bisphenol A. In the pesticide, maybe you've heard about atrazine, diflubenzuron. So a lot of different stuff. We have over 150 different compounds, which seems to be a lot. But if you compare that with the 350,000 chemicals and mixtures of chemicals registered for commercial production and use worldwide, it's like only the tip of the iceberg. So our studies of areas is Svalbard, which is a Norwegian archipelago located in high Arctic, as you can see here on the map. And we have different sampling area, and we are looking at different things. In Svalbard, you will find two main localities, Longyearbyen here and New Orleans. New Orleans is much more like a scientific base, and Longyearbyen is much more like a city with around 2,000 inhabitants. And Svalbard is known to be a living laboratory for studying the effect of climate change and anthropogenic pollution, because this region experienced some of the most significant warming in the world. And also you have an uprising of anthropic pressures through Atlantification and rise of tourism. Atlantification means that the ocean parameters here are much more of Atlantic rather than Arctic Ocean. And it's because of global warming. So let's take an example of what we are doing here. We'll take the example of caffeine and paracetamol, as everyone knows them. So they are part of the pharmaceuticals and personal care products family. And just for a bit of context also, they are considered non-persistent in the environment. But you have a daily use and high consumption worldwide. Like we all drink coffee and we all take paracetamol. So even if molecules don't accumulate in the environment, so the fact that we are using it every day, you will find it. And also, it is interesting to know that for a lot of different compounds, and it's especially the case for pharmaceuticals, you have a really poor removal from wastewater treatment. And it's not a problem only in Svalbard, it's a worldwide problem. We have a lack of technology of wastewater treatment for a lot of molecules. So let's take the example of Longyearbyen with the question, is the sediment of Longyearbyen polluted with caffeine and paracetamol? So we are doing something called a heat map. And a heat map is a geographical map which shows the level of pollution with different level of colors. On the left, you will see a heat map of paracetamol, and on the right, you will see a heat map of caffeine. As you can see with the black arrows, it represents the sewage outlets, and different colors represent different level of concentration. And if you look at the level of concentration, paracetamol is between 1 and 10 nanograms per grams, and caffeine is between 10 and 90 nanograms per grams, and they are located around the outlet. So we can say two things with that. You have a much more caffeine than paracetamol in the sediment, and the sources is the wastewaters. But is it the same with the biota? So let's take the same example, and let's look at caffeine and paracetamol in benthic animals. So we are commenting exactly the same. On the left is paracetamol concentration, on the right is caffeine concentration. Here on the y-axis, you have concentration level of the compound, and on the x-axis, you have different name of species. And the first thing that you need to look at is the scale of the concentration. Here we have much more paracetamol than caffeine. So in the sediment, we have much more caffeine than paracetamol, but in the living organism, you have much more paracetamol than caffeine. So it can be really tricky. Also, you have something called a species effect. Here you will find photos of pictures of different species. And as you can see, different species mean different level of concentration. And even for the same species, you have different level of concentration of different compounds. So, for me, the perfect example that show my point is for Phyllodoce groenlandica, which is a worm that lives in the sediment. So you have an organism that lives in the polluted sediments, and we don't detect anything from it. And that's exactly why we want to have a global point of view of an ecosystem, but really precise mechanisms, because reality is really different, and you can't say generality, especially about pollution. So why all of that is important? It's important because if you want to beat marine pollution, you absolutely need to understand it. And Svalbard is kind of mirror of Europe. What's happening here, it's happening in Europe and everywhere in the world. And also in environmental chemistry, you will only find what you are searching for. So if you don't have research for some compounds, you will never detect it. So you can miss it. And there is a huge gap of knowledge in this area, especially in Arctic. And it can help to have some new legislation, I hope so. And this new legislation can help to protect and restore the ecosystem. That's also a point that is really important, because you can grow a forest on polluted soil. And the same principle applied for marine restoration. If you have pollution from human activity, you can't have good corals. And understanding the exposition and the impact of human activities can help species protection by a lot, and I think that all of that is really important. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much. That was an amazing presentation. We're now going to move on to our next presentation, which will be from Ebube Egbe. Ebube is an environmentalist and a climate activist with an expertise in policy analysis, water and waste management, and human mobility and development. She's active in various water and waste-related projects in Africa and holds a Bachelor's of Science in Geography and a Master's of Science in Water Policy. Ebube is a member of the Early Career Ocean Professionals, Africa, and an alumni of the Summer School on Ocean Literacy and Collaboration, sponsored by UNESCO and IOC. She's fluent in English, Pidgin English, and French, which she uses to communicate effectively with communities across Africa. Welcome, Ebube. The floor is now yours. I will be sharing your slides, so let me know if this works. Let me now large screen it. Are you able to see that okay?
You're good, Elizabeth.
Hello.
Hi, Ebube, we can hear you okay.
Okay. I've been granted access to open my video, but it seems the connection is a little hectic. Permit me start with the audio so that we can manage the time. So good morning, everyone. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the opportunity to tell my story. It is just a story, and I will use less than no time. So again, my name is Ebube Kelilor Egbe. I'm from Cameroon, and I'm currently speaking from Barcelona in Spain, where we are commemorating the UN Ocean Decade Conference. So I'm very delighted to be with you guys this morning. And my project is on ocean waste, technologies for refugee and ocean communities empowerment. So this project is an inspiration that came to me, should I say, 4 years ago, 2020, 2021, when the crisis of Cameroon, there is a crisis in Cameroon known as the Anglophone crisis that is plaguing the people, and there were a lot of displacements. And looking at the way things were, there were so many women moving from the rural areas to the urban areas with nothing to do. And with little or nothing for them to do, I now saw that there was a way I could help them, because I work in the humanitarian sector where we actually gather IDPs, we gather women, we gather children in order to enlighten them on skills. So I thought of this particular skill because I'm a water manager. And if I look at one of the reasons we face pollution in the ocean is as a result of waste. So why not create something with waste that can be helpful to my community? So it is the idea, and good a thing, looking in line with the UN Ocean Decay Challenges. It's in line with Ocean Decay Challenge 1. It also cuts across Challenge 2, Challenge 9, which is the core. And so I started working with these women. I first of all started alone, hitting the streets and the sides of the oceans, because I belong to a community that is around the Atlantic Ocean. It's known as Limbe. So I started gathering waste, and I came across a few women who were fisher women, and they are like, what are you always doing here picking waste? Some even saw me like a mad person. And the way I will interact with them will clear the doubt that I'm not actually mad. I know what I'm doing. So they became curious, and I had to explain the industry to them. I had to explain what I'm doing with this waste. And some of them picked interest, and they were very interested to join me. And that's how I started. In 2021, I started giving invitations to delegations like Women Empowerment and the Family. And we began our little meetups for workshops. And the skill became better. And as you can see on the screen, it's a few of the things that we create. We actually use all sorts of waste. Okay, you can see we have plastic bags that we've made from containers. We have kitchen and household utensils. You can see it's still made from containers. These ones are sorted from salons where women do their hair. So we have plastic containers. Obviously, most of these things are trashed on the waterways or on the landfills, which at the end, they go enter the ocean. So we are not just focusing on cleaning the ocean, but we try to collect waste from the source before people are trashing it to the landfills. So we go about all target places. We also have offices where we gather our paper waste so that they don't burn. With that, we are also looking at climate change. So over time, we have been able to work with up to 65 women who are very active in our small industry. And these women, they come to work every morning. We have a third house where we are doing our activity, because this industry is practically craft. We are just doing crafting because already we know that technology and machinery is a little difficult from the part of the world, from Africa and from Cameroon. So we are using our hands. So I train these women how to use their local tools like candles and match, because some of them belong to communities that there is no electricity. So they ask me, Madam, how do I do? What do I do without electricity? So I now show them how to use candles and match to come up with the same things. And we look for markets for them. I use my influence, and with a community like yours, we'll get more markets for these women. I move to offices, advertise. There are days that we just say it is for marketing. So we I select about 5 women, we move from offices to offices, we explain what we are doing, and we actually have people who encourage us. So we sell these things, and then I put the money, the resources together, my team, we share among the women. It supports them in their facilities, in raising the children. Because as a result of the crisis, most of their husbands are dead. Most of their husbands have died as a result of the Anglophone crisis, and they are widows left with large families. So this is part of their empowerment, and we are looking forward to having more markets so that these women will feel more secured, getting to engage with us, and together we can clean the ocean, we save the climate, and then we create sustainable livelihoods for the vulnerable. Thank you, and over. I am open to any question or worries. That is my story.
Thank you so much, Awubi. That was amazing. You also have a second slide with some more photos that I can
Yeah.
share, since we did that, just so everyone can see your second slide with the photos.
Yeah, these are the trainings. Okay. On the lower right, I'm actually in the Democratic Republic of Congo working with some students how to upcycle their plastic waste and also to collect. And then we have the women on the left where we are doing designs. When it's season, because we are in a Christian community, we celebrate Christmas. So when we do this, and then we have lots of markets, we have people coming from the churches, people requesting for these things. And then we sell. Also, we are doing the plastic bottle greenhouse farming where we do tomatoes, and these women, they collect in baskets and it supports them in feeding their homes, and then we sell some of it. So we do it as a community, and then we look for a better future. We're also hoping for a bigger market where maybe some of these our things can be displayed in airport shop and others online, so that these women can really feel more sustainable engaging with us, because some of them have fears. They are like, what is the future of what we are doing? Because they really want to belong, but they are scared of they are having today, what are they going to have tomorrow? What will be in the next 2 years for the children? And so I throw it to us. I believe we can connect and make it better. Thank you.
Thank you. That was an incredible presentation. I will now stop sharing my screen, and we will be moving on to our next presenter, which is going to be Ranitya Nurlita. Ranitya has extensive experience in environmental conservation and leadership since 2011. She focuses on sustainability, supporting startups and SMEs in waste management, marine conservation, and ecotourism. Ranitya serves as the local smart city consultant for the UN V.ECOP and is the founder of Waste Hub. She is also the community manager for Indonesia Ocean Cycle, practitioner lecturer for the Ministry of Education in Indonesia, CMO of PT, Earth Nusa Jelajah Dunia, a regenerative ecotourism startup, and Ecotourism Bali ambassador. We are so excited to hear your presentation, Nurlita. You can now take it away. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon also from my friends across the globe. So let me present my presentation. So I have time around 10 minutes. So I hope that my time is short. So yeah, I will tell a little bit our foundations. The name is Waste Hub Alam Lestari, or Waste Hub. And thank you also for introductions, Elizabeth. So this little bit about me. So I have 10 years experience about waste management and also ocean conservation and also scuba divers. So I'm happy to you, all of you, if you come to Indonesia, you can dive behind me. So this in Labuan Bajo, and we did some of the ocean conservation's agenda and also activities. So this little bit about Waste Hub, or Yayasan Waste Hub Alam Lestari, this non-profit organizations. We were focused for circular economy that really in urban and tourism area. We have 4 programs. The first is Ocean Ability. So Ocean Ability is community-based program. So we focus for island areas because Indonesia, we have 15,000 islands, and mostly the problem is about waste. And also we try help the community for green education with our curriculum that we developed. And then we also have sustainability board games. So we educate kids to be more environmental friendly. Also, we have climate change adaptation approaches and also our circular economic empowerment. And others program is about waste speakers empowerment. We work with the waste speakers in area South Tangerang around Jakarta. Also, we have waste management event service. So we handle exhibitions. We also handles some of the events into zero waste event in Greater Jakarta. And also we have green job networks. So we started this network since 2021. So this our journey. We started 2019. So West Hub initiated. We still have 5 projects, and then 2020 COVID happened. We never stopped to making impact. So we distribute mostly waste speakers meals. The package around 4,000 package, and then our brand West Hub legalized by the ministry, and then we focus for our program Ocean Ability, and last year's West Hub legalized as NGO in Indonesia. And this our achievement so far since 2019. Mostly we are focused and develop. We do piloting. We also do change the idea and everything. So we try our best, especially for the program and also the project for ocean conservation and also for the environment. And this so far our impact in numbers. So the waste speakers that we work for right now is around 138. And then the waste speakers that we give impact to them is around 1,200. And then the visitors that we educate because we handled waste management event in Jakarta is around 54,000. And then the volunteers that already engaged around 800. And then the green job members in our platform in WhatsApp is around 1,000. And then the waste that we handled, so we separated into 3, organic, unorganic, and also residual waste is around 10 tons. And also the trees that also mangrove that we plant around 120 trees. And then the fundraising that we manage around $171,000. And mostly that's, we are at a 60 project handled during 2019 until now. And so far our project that we have right now is Sukla project. So we based in Bali, and also Sahabat Alam board game for environmental education for the kids. And this how we engage. We use our petal helix strategies. So far around 68 partners, including governments, media, private sector, NGO, and universities. Mostly work with NGO and then private sectors because the CSR program and everything. And right now we try to explain more about our Ocean Ability programs. So this we hope that contribute for Ocean Decade 2024. So we start this program 2022. So we make a waste management curriculum in Labuan Bajo, Flores. We involving 25 students, 6 months program with them. And then we did underwater cleanup. We also did beach cleanup. We work with mostly professional scuba divers. Also, last year also we did beach cleanup mostly in East Indonesia, Labuan Bajo and Bali. We work also with Ministry of Tourism and Ministry of Maritime and Investment to do the education for the people and then for the community. Program. So we did also mangrove planting that I mentioned before. We work also with other private sector. And right now our existing program is ocean cleanup and waste audit for sustainable ocean in Bali with Arika vessel. So we use the vessel Arika in the ocean in the Benoa area around South Kuta. So we grab all the trash from the ocean and then we collect and then we manage with our partner recycling centers around that area. And then this our Ocean Ability theory of change. So we have goal during 1 year that we can reduce ocean waste pollution in Benoa, Bali. And then we have 2 objectives. The first, educate and raise awareness, the community there, and also the tourists, because mostly there are many tourists in Bali, of course. And also because we are NGO, we trying to fundraising 1 year program to pay the people who work there, try to how to maintain the vessel also because we ran the vessel from Japanese company. And then we have 3 main activities. The first, underwater cleanup and waste audit in Benoa. We did monthly, and then beach cleanup and waste audit also at Benoa, involving many participants in Bali. And then we're trying also until now donor outreach and program introductions. We're trying to everyone know about the problem in Bali. Also, we hope this oceanability program can be piloting in other areas, especially in other islands. So this little bit our introduction about V.ECOP, our program. Thank you so much, everyone. I have one video for you because I still have around 3 minutes. So can the V.ECOP committee to share the video about oceanability? Okay, thank you. I'm happy if any collaborations or any questions. The time is yours, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much, Aaliyah. I loved that video. It was great. And that brings us to the conclusion of presentations from our second theme, focusing on threats and solutions to a healthy ocean. So we're now going to have a panel discussion. So any participants can feel welcome to send questions in the chat and we'll read them out. And to start off the discussion, we actually have a question from Aaliyah. She is wondering, you are all working with communities towards reusing waste or waste management. Have you noticed a change in attitude or an awareness towards waste and plastic use? So that can go to any of our contributors from this theme.
Okay, maybe I can answer the question from Elia. Thank you for the question, Elia. So you are asking about working with communities, how to notice the change awareness. So because we have our curriculum, when we have workshop or when we have education process, we prepare the pre-post test. This is very basic that we want to measure. And then beside that also, we have like homework to them, how they know and how far they understand about that we transfer before, because my background also marine science and environmentals. So yeah, we start with the curriculum that we have already and also our strategy to measure the impact. I hope this can answer the questions, Elia.
That's a great answer. Does any other contributors have something to add to that question? If not, I will pose another one. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Work with communities, we work with women who are mostly widows. We get most of them involved in this activity, and we do a quarter kind of survey. We do a survey every 4 months to monitor how many women are joining us and take their testimonials on the reasons why they are joining us. Because some of them are just free, having nothing to do, and now if they see a value in what we are doing, we also keep track of how much they collect as waste in order to upcycle and then sell, and how much income they make. So that's how we track the changes on their behavior, as well as the perception of more that join the team. Thank you, and over.
That's really cool that you do those surveys. That's a neat way to track the impacts of your project. It looks like Alfie has a question. You can go ahead and unmute. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I was going to address with a chat box, but I think speaking won't be much faster. So I'll probably want to address to Ranitia. So I really appreciate it's really well said for what you're bringing out with the community. But speaking of like picking out the treasures that has been dumped underwater, do you think you ever initiated that, auditing the treasures that dumped underwater and then pointing out which companies or producer that produces the most, and doing some campaigns to them that saying that to downsizing the packaging of small sachet or stuff? Will that work in Bali or like other regions who might be interested to doing so? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alfikri, for the question about the auditing. So we have the data, but we not published yet because this confidential. So we use the data for our law enforcement to the government that, oh, this brand is already contributes this kind of percent of waste that we found in the oceans in under or above the oceans or the beaches. So this normally what we did. So we not publish because this our confidentials, and then we trying to because we work with the local government, right? And then when we did auditing, and then we share, oh, this is our data. Can you help us to law enforcement them to responsible that their waste? And normally what we did, because underwater, actually the underwater waste is not good quality anymore, especially for the recycling. So mostly what we did is we clean it before, and then we trying to the off-takers or recycling centers that nearby that area that we did, and then we ask them, do you want to process our waste or not? And let me share my screen again, because I have one of the example, the product that we have to make into others product or green product. Okay, wait a second. So this our product that we have, we partners with the startup. The name is Bricks. So we make bricks. We make also interior design. So this made from residual waste. So they chop all the how to say, like multi-layers plastic or low value plastic. They chop into smalls, and then they mix with some of the materials, and then they make into this, and then they put out the wall as furnitures, and then for the other screen products. So everyone is come to Bali, just let me know, because we have our workshop, so you can experience about how to make the green products in our areas in Bali, in Karangasem. So it's like, if everyone like diving, is around 1 hour for to Lamben, shipwreck, Japanese shipwrecks. So yeah, just let me know. So this the example of our green products.
Very cool. Thank you so much, Aranita. Does anyone have any other questions in the chat? Feel free to send them. In the meantime, I'll ask one more question for all of the panelists, just to conclude us out here. I'm wondering, just in the next 10 years or in the future, what you think are going to be some of the most innovative techniques or solutions to remove waste, whether it be plastic or chemical, from our oceans, or even to prevent it from getting there in the first place. So this could be maybe community or socially based or technological solutions. Don't all jump at once.
If I can start?
Yes, go ahead.
For me, we need to look at the pollution as a global thing. And for me, it's not just about remediation and restoration. It's also about the sources of pollution, and it's mainly from the cities. So it's pollution from the mainland that goes into the ocean. So I think that we really need to do a lot of work on this, to educate people to not throw out trash into the environment, and also to have a better wastewater management, better filters, because everything that we are going to make as a human is going into the ocean. So for me, it's like the thing that can have most impact.
Hello.
Thank you.
Can I quickly chip something? So for us, we are looking forward to a next 5 to 10 years where the aspect of waste will be something that people really drag over, because we are not just cleaning, but we are creating awareness. Because waste is something that you and I must generate on a daily basis. But if it becomes something that is being sorted for, because by training these women, we give them the opportunity to go out and pick the waste, gather the waste before it even litters to the ocean, those gathering from the ocean. So if a mass of these women or even more people are in this industry, it means that the plastic bottles will be something that will be haunted, and none of it will be found in the environment, because everyone has found a value in it. Everyone wants to use it to make money. So in as much as we generate the waste, it will be something that they will be dragging over to make money from it. And so we'll not find it in the ocean. We'll have it sustainable. Thank you, and over.
Thank you,
Okay.
everyone.
Thank you. Yeah, so for my side is I hope that during 5, 10 years, so we hope there is a transitioning, right? The behaviors and also the technology, especially for waste processing in the islands, because mostly the islands, the transportation and on the operation is really expensive, like from Labuan Bajo to the processing, the factory or other processing area. So during, we hope that every island they have their own technology, they can process it, and most all this process will be circular economy.
That is a great concluding statement, right? Yeah. We're going to tie up here with this panel discussion and this theme section. Thank you all so much for engaging in such an interesting discussion. We've sent the contact information of all of these contributors into the chat, and Des and I will actually share our contact information as well in case you have any other questions about this program. We're now going to be shifting to some videos that we have of some testimonies of change from ECOPs all over the world that our tech team will be playing. So you can go ahead and start those videos.
My testimony of change is empowering the diverse voices of early career ocean professionals across Canada with meaningful networking and development opportunities. Because Canada has the longest coastline in the world, we collectively need to bring together early career ocean professionals to truly create change and take on new leadership opportunities. Without these voices, we won't be able to make an impact for the ocean and a healthy ocean for future generations.
Hello, I am Benjamin Bokari and I am from Sierra Leone. I work with Go Global, based in Sierra Leone as the Blue Economy Coordinator. And my testimony of change for the blue economy is communities should be involved in the planning, engagement, and the decision-making processes of issues that are either directly or indirectly concerned to them and their environment. I hope they'll be given the platform, the opportunity to have their voice heard on platforms or on stages where they cannot be seen physically. Thank you.
All right, and I think Denzel will be introducing our next set of videos.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. So those two previous videos were testimonies of change from the V.ECOP Days in Barcelona. And the first video was from Ashley Bose, which is the national coordinator for the V.ECOP Canada, and Benjamin Bokari, representing the NGO Sierra Leone. Next, we will have a video from Sigi Gruber. Sigi Gruber is a retired European Commission official, and current active senior advisor. From 2014 to 2021, she led the Healthy Ocean and Seas Unit, overseeing research and innovation strategies supporting EU marine and maritime policies. She coordinated initiatives like the BlueMed Initiative and All Atlantic Ocean Research Alliance, contributing to Horizon Europe. Sigi has a background in education, training, and international science, cooperating, promoting sustainable marine resource management. Over to you, tech team, with the Sigi Gruber video. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's me again, Fiona. We're just outside of the convention center in Barcelona where the UN Ocean Decade Conference is happening right now. And I'm very happy and very excited to see you again and have Sigi Gruber with me right here. And Sigi, would you like to introduce yourself a little bit and tell our audience what you're doing and what you are here for?
Hello to everyone and hello to Fiona. What a pleasure to see you again after so long, after a year and a half, I think. So I am Sigi Gruber. I'm a dinosaur for ocean, probably. I'm a dinosaur of the ocean. No, I'm a friend of the ocean. I am a retired European Commission official, and in my capacity, I have been working very hard to put the ocean on the policy stage, and the importance, actually, of research to drive and to illuminate the different challenges that the ocean holds for us. And within that, one particular interest was always how to bring along young people. And I try to avoid the sentence, the future generation, because it is the current generation. I mean, you, following us, hopefully here now, are the actual leader, yes, in the future, but you're building your career up now, and you are putting your efforts into now and not in future. So let's maybe reverse as well the narrative and not talk about the future generation, but the generation of the young people who will be the big change maker for the future. And I do have hope, and I am really happy to work with young people. And for that reason, I also have created with two ECOPs, with two fantastic young women, Audrey Hassan and Delphine Lobel, a network which is called Ocean Bridges, which is a knowledge broker between young people, young ocean professionals, and experienced ocean professionals. And the leitmotif is diversity. Diversity of generations, diversity of backgrounds, diversity of nationalities, diversity also of underrepresented groups, which is very important. And I include women as well. Very often they are totally and completely underrepresented. So all my bleed to women now get your act together and become really an active supporter to fight for a healthy ocean in whatever activity you do. And it's not that we only need young ocean career professionals. We need young professionals from all really sectors, from all disciplines, and with all kinds, as I said before, backgrounds, because it's not the converted ones we have to talk to. We have to talk to the finance people. We have to talk to the agriculture people. We have to talk to the communities, decision makers. And decision maker, that echoes in me something, because I have been working in policy making for more than 30 years. And this is something that early career professionals need to think about. How can you really convince and bring your work, your experience up to the political ladder, to the policy ladder, and convince those people who take the big policy decisions and steer and implement and develop the strategies to really for those policies in different domains, socioeconomic, in a whole socioeconomic ecosystem. How can you convince them? You need to learn that. And so that is something that Ocean Bridges also does. We want really to put a lot of now effort. I personally want to put a lot of effort into showing and discussing with the younger generation and with the young people and young professionals, how can they become more familiar with policymaking? Because this bridging, this exchange, this flow of information, and the convincing element, that can really make fantastic change.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I think that is a very great point that you point out here for sure. I'm thinking about our ECOPs watching and listening right now and maybe getting inspired by you and what you were saying about getting in connection with the policymakers and learning how to communicate with them. Is there maybe an advice that you could give them as of like a next step, what they could do? Let's say they are educators or maybe someone who's doing research in a country where it's hard for them maybe to reach out to politicians or they don't know where to start. Would you recommend them to get involved in the V.ECOP program or with Ocean Bridges? What would be their next step if they want to follow your words?
Thank you, Fiona. Definitively the V.ECOP program, and Ocean Bridges is a task team of the V.ECOP program, so it's interconnected. And through the V.ECOP program, you will probably be equipped with information on how to reach out in your local contexts and how really to develop contacts. Networking is important. Trust building is important. So, and then, of course, funding is important as well. But these are now really action points that are included in the V.ECOP's program. And for example, whenever I find big grants for early career researchers, I put them at the disposal of Evgenia, who circulates them to the V.ECOP programs. And this needs to be probably developed in a much more systemic way now. On a website, there are some websites which offer career opportunities. It's not enough. We need to diversify them. We need to bring them to the different countries, connect them, and populate them. So even an invitation to all of you, if you have such information, share it. You are all fantastic in social media, much better than people like me. So this is something that I would like to see much more, the structuring effect for your own careers. How can you exchange where there are short-term opportunities or postdocs offered? Maybe not always you just have the information. So if also put forward suggestions for me, for my network of experienced ocean professionals. There are so many people out there who would really love to mentor, to help, to exchange expertise with you. But not always we know that. So I'm sure if we can really now enhance this flow of information, this flow of reciprocal networking opportunities, we can make a great future really change for the careers of early career researchers.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I think that is a very strong point to put out there, and I think that's a really important message that we kind of wrap up that conversation right now as well, as there is obviously, we still need to improve this intergenerational communication, as you say, because a lot of young people are out there just trying to understand what they should do as a next step to start basically entering that environment. And like you say, there's so many people that are so willing to mentor young people as well. So just as an information, Evgenia is the global coordinator of the V.ECOP program. You will find her under the website for the V.ECOP program. And I think that's a great place to start. And I want to say thank you very much to Sigi for joining us. I think it was a beautiful conversation and a very important message to put out there to our V.ECOPs. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. It's me again, Fiona, here from the Convention Center in Barcelona. And I have Niall with me right now, and he's going to tell us a little bit about himself and why he's here today.
Hi Fiona, I'm Niall McDonough. I'm from the Marine Institute in Ireland. So there I work in the policy research and innovation space, and we manage a national funding program. I'm here today both representing the Institute but also as coordinator of a new EU funded project called Oceano. And Oceano is the EU's next project to support the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance.
Great, cool. And I understand I've heard about the All-Atlantic Alliance that's coming up, Oceano specifically. And I heard there is like an V.ECOP Alliance planned to be incorporated into this. Could you tell us a little bit more about it?
For sure. So the V.ECOPS has always been a really important program under the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance. And it was really important for us as a partnership, as a group of partners forming this project, to ensure that there was an V.ECOP component in this project. So there's a lot of activities planned over the course of the next 3 years. It's a 3-year program, which will include multiple sort of summer schools, workshops for V.ECOPs, and then a major potentially V.ECOPs conference towards the end around the forum that will take place probably in 2027. And I think one of the guiding principles for us as a partnership is to continue the work that's been done by many people, the V.ECOPs themselves and the people working on this program, to integrate the V.ECOPs into the conversation, not have this separation between V.ECOPs talking to other people who are maybe more advanced in their careers. It needs to be all one conversation.
Yeah, I think that's a very beautiful message also to our V.ECOPs out there, saying that we want to have these intergenerational conversations, obviously. I mean, we are kind of like uniting here over the V.ECOP program and like connecting each other from all over the world. But to hear about the Oceanos and then that there's intergenerational conversations coming up is like a good information for our V.ECOPs. So keep your eyes peeled and we'll hear a lot about it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
What insightful interviews done by our mobile journalist, Fiona in Barcelona. We've come to the end of our Pacific session. I'm going to hand the baton over to Elizabeth to transition us over to the European segment.
Yeah, so as Denzel said, it looks like it's time to begin our next session, led by our hosts from the European region, Anne-May and Tristan. Thank you to all of you for joining us for this Pacific region session, as well as for the V.ECOP program and the sponsors who are making this conference possible. It's been so inspiring to see so many young people and early career ocean professionals come together and share your work. So Anne-May and Tristan, we will now hand it over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Great work.
All right, so I guess just to start things off, we should introduce ourselves again for those who weren't here yesterday for our last session. So we're the hosts for the European session. I'm Anne-May. I am a third-year natural scientist student at the University of Exeter, but I'm originally from the island of Bermuda. So I have a strong connection to the ocean from that, and I've done some work with our Bermuda Institute of Ocean Sciences over the summer there, as well as studying marine biology here at Exeter.
Yeah, thanks, Anne-May. As well for me, again, so my name is Tristan. I'm a PhD student at the University of Aveiro in Portugal, focusing on biodiversity, ecology, trophic ecology in general as well, and conservation in Cabo Verde, Pacific, sorry, messed up the sessions already. No, in the Atlantic, in front of the coast of Africa. Furthermore, I'm part of the coordination unit of V.ECOP Germany. And yeah, welcome all of you. I see we have all our talks except one already here, but let's see if she will join in a bit. Yeah, that's it from my side. I maybe you can go on with the introduction.
Yes. So just wanted to share again that we are nearly now at the end of our online V.ECOP days, and we've heard from lots of really incredible contributors showcasing their ocean-related work. We just heard from, of course, the Pacific contributions this morning, and now we have our session followed by our final session of V.ECOP days, which is really exciting.
Yeah, thank you, Anne May. I will go real quick over the agenda for today. We have some really amazing talks. So we will start off with a 5-minute research spotlight on sustainable ocean economy with our two speakers. Afterwards, we will go over to a live panel discussion at our studio regarding citizen science initiatives, where Susanna will be hosting this session. Otherwise, what I'm really looking forward to today is our VIP talk, where we have Dr. Bryce Stewart from the Marine Biological Association from the UK. And as well, then towards the end, we will rely the focus on coastal development. So yeah, stay tuned. So I think I can start with introducing our first speaker today, which is Dr. Dahai Liu. He was an associate professor at the First Institute of China for over 18 years. And today he's going to talk about the Global MSP 2060 within Global Once program. So a little bit of background from Dahai. He has been engaged in marine spatial planning and analysis and resource assessment within policies, and as well has driven forward the carbon sink assessment in China. As well, he's been involved in coastal and island planning, and well, he compiled China's first comprehensive marine carbon sink accounting to industry standard, which was named Accounting Methods for Ocean Carbon Sink. Yeah, he is involved in integrated management, which has become the leading laboratory of coastal science in China. And in addition, he serves as coordinating author for Section 5A in Chapter 9, Coastal Development World Ocean Assessment at the United Nations currently, where he's been engaged since the past 9 months, I believe. Dahai, are you with us? If you're there, Dahai, you can start sharing your screen, and we would love to hear your talk. There you are.
Oh, hello. Many thanks to the host. Good afternoon. My name is Dahai Liu from the First Institute of Oceanography, Ministry of Natural Resource, China. It's my great honor to make a short speech about actions of global marine spatial planning 2060 within Global One's program. And I ask my assistant, Dr. Ho, to give a presentation. And okay, Dr. Ho, now is okay? Okay, continue.
Yes, so
yes,
good.
I can see. numerous MSP projects at the various level in China, including provincial pilot, municipal pilot, island city pilot, and county level pilot, and also detailed plan project. And based on those experiences, our team could be seen as one of the strongest marine and coastal zone planning team in China. And Global Ones is a program aimed to contribute to carbon neutrality through increasing ocean carbon sinks, or as we usually call it, blue carbon sinks. And build upon a series of coordinated international research activities and expert working groups. The ONCE program has evolved into an international network consisting of projects and experts to coordinate research efforts in different aspects of ocean-based solutions for climate mitigation. And very fortunately, our team has been deeply involved in the program recently. And over the years, we have done a lot of basic knowledge research on blue carbon sinks and have made a lot of efforts to respond to the national dual carbon strategies to address global climate change. For instance, we took the lead in the preparing and obtaining approval for the first comprehensive blue carbon sink accounting standard in China, and there will also be a series of blue carbon standards on the way in the future. And we also proposed a technical methodology for estimating blue carbon stocks in coastal zone that meets the requirement of high precision and low cost, and also put a lot of efforts in the deepening China-EU cooperation in blue carbon research. And based on our experiences related to MSP and blue carbon, we have launched the global MSP 2016 exchange within the Global Ones program. The basic idea is that as we could see a close potential relationship between MSP and blue carbon sinks, and guidance could be provided to blue carbon sinks through MSP or zoning. However, research and practice on the delineation of functional zones of blue carbon sinks have rarely been reported or studied. Therefore, in line with the 2016 carbon neutrality target, we think it is very necessary to propose the MSP Global 2060 concept as well. More specifically, with the support of Global Ones program, our team will combine MSP and the blue carbon sinks to explore the following 4 areas of research in the coming years, including how to use MSP to promote carbon storage in the oceans and coastal zones, and integrate climate change measures through global MSP, and guiding sea users to engage in ocean and coastal carbon mitigation, and promote the research and construction of serious methods and technologies related to functional zones of blue carbon sinks, and also enhance the role of MSP as a practical tool of Global Ones in the global carbon emission reduction. And at the moment, our team is also serving as authors for the chapter of the United Nations World Ocean Assessment, which is called Coastal Development. And in the following related work, we will also attempt to incorporate the initiative and research finding the chapter. And our team has already conducted a series of studies on the functional zones of blue carbon sinks and achieved certain results, which we hope to have more opportunities to share with you in the future. And here is some information about our team leader, Dahai, and feel free to contact us if there is a topic of interest that you like to discuss more with us. And last is contact information. That's all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, you guys. What a terrific kickoff for our session today. Really interesting insights on how to connect marine spatial planning with the blue carbon sink. If there are any questions from the audience, I would appreciate if you could put them in the chat. And you guys, if you could refer to them in the chat as well, but as well, if you hang on a little bit, we might have as well the time after our next presenter to answer some questions in person. But I think we would now go ahead with introducing her. Anmei, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So our next speaker is Fatima Gianella, who will be talking about Spora and using that to empower coastal communities. Fatima is a PhD marine researcher, passionate about sustainable food production, the blue economy, and the conservation of the marine environment. She holds a bachelor's in marine science before specializing in aquaculture and a master's Erasmus program, improving culture and conditions of Scottish red seaweed. Last year, she was awarded her PhD degree, where she explored harmful algal blooms, ecological dynamics, and assessed risks related to aquaculture and insurance industries. Currently, she's working in SCOBY Collective and its spin-off Spora as an advisor of seaweed startups and projects providing scientific and technical advice, where she aims to identify areas of opportunity and elaborate solutions to this crucial activity to coastal communities. So Fatima, if you want to take it away.
Yes, thank you so much for the introduction. And I am sharing right now. Can you listen to me and also see the presentation, all right? Okay.
Yes.
That's great. Well, I'm very excited to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Fatima Janela, and I'm going to present you about the Spora's mission. This is a spin-off from SCOBY Collective, which is a consultancy organization. And in Spora, we are focusing on supporting coastal communities that are farming seaweed. First of all, I would like to present you the team members. So together we are Sanjay, Belapan, Ayesha Jackson, Christopher Schreiber, and myself. So we have diverse expertise and backgrounds. So Sanjay is carrying out his MBA at the University of Berkeley, focusing on climate technology and ocean technology. Ayesha has a master's in product design and her undergraduate in materials engineering, and her past work includes applications in bioplastic and biofertilizers. And Christopher is a financial tech expert. So we together are supporting from our different backgrounds to seaweed communities. And I would like to give you a little bit of the background of seaweed farming. So we are all seaweed, we are seaweed enthusiasts. And this is a crucial activity for coastal communities with diverse uses. So the seaweed can be transformed into biofertilizers, bioplastics, be exported, dried abroad, or be included in animal feed. So this is a great opportunity for coastal communities, especially women that want to be involved, and also young demographics. This also supports food security. So one of the limitations that we've identified talking with different coastal communities is the technology acquisition, so be able to purchase equipment to process the seaweed, also training the people to carry out this activity, and funding of these aspects. Another main limitation is licenses that are in place, that are depending on governmental bodies, and also, well, policies that are in place in the countries. So in Spora, we are aiming to support and empower seaweed coastal communities. One of our main objectives is to support the purchasing of processing technology to transform the seaweed from a primary resource to an added value resource. So this is related to our second objective, which is to produce high quality seaweed-based biofertilizers. This is an alternative from chemical fertilizers that are often imported to, well, the next example that I'm gonna present on the next slide. And by doing this, we're also aiming to diversify and create seaweed products with an added value. So our first collaboration project is with Ole Blue, which is a startup that is located in the Kibuyuni village in the south of Kenya. The founder is Anga Beya, and so far this activity has brought benefits to the community. This is composed by 70% of women, and this has enhanced that the construction of roads and also the access to electricity. However, the value of the seaweed is still relatively low, and despite they're producing two types of products, which is dried seaweed and toiletry products like soaps, lotions, shampoo. But Ole Blue is aiming to produce biostimulants for agriculture purposes, and this is gonna also collaborate with the local agricultures who are interested in using an organic and sustainable product. So this is the contact information from Anga and Ole Blue, and please feel free to contact me as well for any questions. And I'm looking forward to connecting with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very interesting presentation. Again, we've put your contact details in the chat, so if anyone has any questions for either of our presenters on this topic, feel free to put them in the chat and maybe you guys can answer them there, or of course, please do reach out to them. If there are no immediate questions, we might move right along to keep on schedule though, as I believe we have a video from our technical team who has an interview with Eric Markowitz, who has some information on interview skills. So if our technical team is ready, they can take that away.
Welcome, aspiring professionals and entrepreneurs. Today we're diving into the art of effectively showcasing your skills and achievements, whether you're in a job interview or selling your services. It's not just about listing what you've done. It's about telling your story in a way that captivates and convinces. I'm Eric Markowitz, founder of Hero Business Coaching, and it's my pleasure to accompany you on this transformative journey as part of the virtual Early Career Ocean Professional Days, an integral part of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. With over 2 decades as a business coach and consultant and an executive career coach, I'm here to guide you on transforming your experiences into compelling narratives that highlight your unique contributions and the tangible results that you've achieved. Let's unlock the power of storytelling in your professional journey. Okay, we're going to start by moving beyond mere job descriptions. Instead of saying, I manage a team, you want to highlight your leadership style, the challenges you overcame, and the growth your team experienced under your guidance. Here's an example. When I was just starting out in my career, I started out as a junior project manager. I had just gotten a job in an exciting life sciences communications company. And on the very day that I joined the company split in half. 2 of the partners decided they were leaving, and they took half the company with them. Well, instead of succumbing to the chaos, I went around and I actually found out who was going, who was staying, what was going on. And that evening, I put together a report that showed who was staying, what gaps we needed to fill, as well as even introducing open book management in order to help ease the anxiety of the team that was staying. So the next morning when I got into work, I went to the remaining partners who didn't even know my name. They hadn't even met me yet. And I proceeded to go through my report with them. And they were so excited by this at the prospect that, hey, we not only could rebuild their team, but even rebuild their team even better. They actually promoted me on the spot to their chief operations officer and entrusted me with building up the company and basically running with it. So within that year, we did so well, we ended up basically winning 80% of our projects that we pitched. And the company did so well that year, the partners were actually able to sell the company to a high-end firm in New York City and actually lived their dream of moving to California. So that's the kind of story that you want to tell when you are in front of somebody doing a sales pitch or for an interview, because that's the thing. This story is like an emotional connection. Being promoted from a junior project manager to a chief operations officer in one day showed my forethought for the company, and then from then showed my success in completing the challenge for that year. That's the kind of story that you want to tell about your achievements, and I'm sure you have them. Something that's really helpful when crafting your stories is to use the STAR method, which stands for situation, task, action, and result. This framework is going to help you build a narrative that's both engaging and informative, and allows your listener to really visualize what your contributions were and how you impacted the particular situation, the company, the client, whatever it happens to be. So try to use that STAR method to help you outline how your story will work. Make sure you quantify your achievements wherever possible. Instead of saying, I increased sales, specify by how much, such as, I spearheaded a campaign that increased sales by 25% in 6 months. That way your contribution is crystal clear to the person interviewing. Be sure to tailor your stories for your audience. Research the company or your client's needs, what their values are, and choose stories that resonate with those. This personal touch can significantly enhance your connection with the listener. Once you have your stories ready, it's helpful to practice your delivery. A compelling story is not just about the content, but how you tell it. Confidence, clarity, and a conversational tone can transform a good story into an unforgettable one. And that's what you want to be, unforgettable. Hey, I hope you found this segment helpful. Remember, every interaction is an opportunity to showcase your journey, your growth, and the value you bring. Your skills and achievements are not just bullet points on a resume. They're chapters of a success story only you can tell. We'd love to hear how you turn these strategies into triumphs. Share your success stories and join a community dedicated to elevating each other's professional narratives. Until next time, keep shaping your story and let it open doors to your endless possibilities. I'm Eric Markowitz of Hero Business Coaching. Thank you.
For the insights on storytelling and communicating, as well how to behave somehow in interviews. So we have two things up right now. We have at first we have the video from Line Debavea, who I'm going to introduce right now, and afterwards we have our roundtable in person. I just checked, Line, you're there. So let me introduce Line real quick. Line is a science communicator at the Flanders Marine Institute in Belgium. Holds a degree in marine ecosystems and education, and her focus lies on aquatic citizen science, especially with a focus on children. Line, are you there with us? Yes, we can hear you very well. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my camera's on. Okay, hi everyone. I'll share my presentation first. I think you'll be able to see it now, right?
Looks perfect.
Yeah, okay, great. So I'll be telling, so I'm Line Debavea from the Flanders Marine Institute, and I'll be showing you how we bring the ocean closer through citizen science. But maybe first of all, I can start out with what is citizen science, because some people might not be familiar with it. It's just that citizens are really actively involved in research together with the scientist that is cooperating with them, where there's a partnership between the citizen and the scientist. And on the other hand, we have that there's a genuine scientific output that can be used in further research. So at VLIS, we have various projects that use citizen science, but I will discuss 3 today. The first one is the big seashell survey.
Can you go to presenter mode?
Is it not in presenter mode? Because for me it is.
Not yet. If you just put it right down there.
Is it now?
Okay, fair enough. Then it's all good. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we have three that I will introduce to you today. The first one is the Big Seashell Survey. That is where citizens go collect a lot of shells on the Belgian beaches, and they actually categorize them with us to see what they have found. Then there's Sea-Watch B. That's a team of citizens that is monitoring the Belgian beaches on changing parameters. And then the last one is actually a project, Plastic Pirates Belgium, where school children are monitoring plastic pollutions in the river of their choice. So the first project, Sea-Watch B, is the one that I'll introduce first. So what they actually do, it's like a small group of citizens, I think they're with around 20, and they monitor various parameters of the Belgian beaches. So they each have their own little patch of beach, and they monitor, for example, the kinds of shells that are there, some fishes that are there. Also, they monitor the jellyfish, for example, or plastic pollution that they can find. And they note everything down. They do this seasonally. And then they come with us with the data, and then we discuss what they found, what their experiences were. In this project, we really try to investigate the community building, because with the connection and the security, with knowing each other and belonging inside a group, in that group of citizens that is participating in this project, there is starting to be a connection with the sea. It also brings people together because they're able to do it together and have a shared goal or a shared passion. And they also get like a sense of purpose because they feel like they're not scientists themselves, but in this way they can feel that they can contribute to making the environment better or helping the planet. So they have this environmental stewardship about the situation as well. And we try to do this, create this little community through having various trainings and discuss with them the methodology that they use, and they can tell us if something is wrong with it or something needs to be changed. We also do like activities. We have a research vessel at our institute, and they can sometimes come along with us and do like a little survey of their own, which they can invent, and we can help them with them. We also do network events for them, so they get to know each other better and on a personal level. We also have like a shared WhatsApp group where we can discuss problems or things that they found that were special on the beach. And on these moments, we also take care that there's a space and time for feedback moments where we can give them feedback about the data that we already got from them and how they collected the data or how they took pictures from the things that they found. But this is also a moment to give us actually feedback, and that's very important for us because they are the ones that are in the field. They are the ones that are doing the methodology. So they are the experts in what is happening in the project. So they can give us an insight on how the methodology is working or is not working in the moment. So that's very important to us. Then the next project is the Big Seashell Survey. This is like a project on a bit of a bigger scale. So a lot of people come to the Belgian coast. We have 10 different sorting stations, so to say. This is the one in Ostend. And then people go out on the beach, and there's like a standardized way on how they can collect a shell sample. They collect 100 shells, and then they come to the categorization station. And then with the experts that you saw in the Sea-Watch B project, actually, because they're so familiar with the methodology, they help out the people that are not so familiar with shells. And then there's like a connection between the public that doesn't know a lot about shells and then another part of the public that does know a lot about shells, and we determine which kind of shells they found. We also count them with the public so they know how to take like a scientific sample, and they know how the research is done. It's very fun to see that all ages come here. It's always grandparents with grandchildren or families or teenagers that are joining, so it's very fun to do. And I think shells is a very good topic to do this about because everyone has memories on walking on the beach collecting shells or making something with shells. It's a very fun object for people to interact with. And then the last project that I'd like to discuss is Plastic Pirates Belgium. Here actually school children are the center of the project. and they pick a river in their neighborhood actually. And there they go and do several experiments on the river to really see what kind of plastic litter and what kind of plastic pollution can be found there. So here you see, for example, a group of children that are investigating microplastics in the river. So they take a net with them, put it in the river, and in this way they can see if there are microplastics or not. So these experiments actually also show them how science works, but they can also investigate something that is close to them, a river in their neighborhood. So if it's polluted, it's something that they would wish to know or wish to change. And we had a pilot in 2022. And this year, we have the goal to create actually a long-term local partnership with the schools that are already participating in it, so that they can really be like officers of their rivers and they can monitor the river plastic pollution and see if there are changes, if policy is changing, if we also see these changes in the field, for example. And in the project, there are various aspects where we help them with. We have teacher training, so we show them how the methodology is done. And if there are problems with it, how they can overcome these. So we really support the teachers in trying to become experts in the methodology itself. And then we also help to manage data validation of the submission of the data on our platform online, so that all runs smoothly. And we also help to coordinate some science communication, because sometimes schools want to make a video about participating in the project, and then we help out with it. So they also have like a science communication experience in this project as well. So these are 3 projects that I just wanted to showcase to you. And I also wanted to mention something that we made recently. It's an online database that has around 1,000 aquatic citizen science projects all across Europe. So we did an online research just to know what was out there and which kind of projects that are still lacking or which kind of topics that are not represented. So if you want to check this out, it's called the Wavelength database, and it's online. You can also submit projects to it and check the database. And from this, we also made a report and a step-by-step guide on how to start your own aquatic citizen science project if you would be interested in this. It's called Beneath the Surface, and you can find it on the website of the Prep for Blue project, where this wasn't done.
Lina, just as a quick reminder, you have 2 minutes left, okay? Thank you.
This is my last slide, so it's fine. So just wanted to say that this is a step-by-step guide with very practical tips on how to like motivate people to join your project, how to motivate them on the long term, or how to engage with kids or with minorities, or it runs through all the different steps of setting up a citizen science project. So if you want to check it out, I also have the QR code here, or if you have questions or further suggestions, you can always email me. So thank you for listening.
Yeah, Lina, thank you very much on your insightful experience as well with multiple projects and how you kind of get the youth engaged and as well the public. Are there any questions? Well, I can't see any on the chat right now. So I think we have like 1 more minute until we move to our roundtable. Yeah, we heard a bit about plastic pollution yesterday as well, and as well Plastic Pirates Germany from one of our contributors yesterday. So really nice to see that these organizations are spreading across Europe. Do you think as well Plastic Pirates could be something that would be taken above the borders of Europe, like somewhere around else on the world?
Well, I hope so, because I think then we can really have like one place that has a lot of data about the pollution in rivers, and we could really like have a global strategy, maybe even to mitigate the plastic problems that are there. Because if we want to have like a clean ocean and all the clean seas, then we also have to work with the inland waters. It's very important to work on inland waters and the ocean together to have really, to reach that mission ocean. And have both sides that are clean and working together as an ecosystem. So I think it could be very beneficial.
Thank you very much as well, including the inland. I agree. It's super important. It's not just the ocean, but as well our waters inside the countries. So yeah, thank you. If there are any upcoming questions, please put them in the chat. I bet Lina is more than happy to answer them there. And Yeah, thank you very much once again, Lina. So we will go over now to our big roundtable in person, which we were all looking forward to very much. We have some really interesting speakers with us, who all are citizen scientists and who are all really active right now. But I would just like to introduce Susanna, our mojo. I mean, she's been on some of her interviews already, but still, and then she goes ahead with the introduction of our panelists. So yeah, as she has said before, she is a representative of Wyomza. Is finishing. Well, she's in her last year of her master's right now, at the University of Stellenbosch, and I think her testimony of change refers to ocean awareness and as well how to integrate the public and as well science with each other. So, Susanna, if you can start up with the panel, we're giving you the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Tristan. I hope you can hear me well. Is it audible?
Yes, it is audible. Thank you very much.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Tristan and Anne for the wonderful session you just hosted and to the previous speakers. Today, I am joined by amazing panelists, and I will go right in and introduce them. So I'll introduce Laura first. She is the French-Lebanese co-founder of the NGO Guardians of the Blue, based in Byblos, Lebanon. And she's also a freelance consultant with a master in development economics and an advanced master's in sustainable blue economy. She established the NGO in 2020 with her partner Samir Lakis as a scuba diving instructor after witnessing the absence of marine protection initiatives at the local level and the lack thereof at the national level. Since then, she's been leading underwater cleanups with local divers, working on mitigating the impacts of lionfish invasion through sustainable fish consumption and handmade jewelry. And she's developing local ocean literacy through social media campaigns and educating the local community. Laura is also passionate about reconnecting local communities to their blue spaces, especially in the Levantine region. She's also a member of the V.ECOP program's mentoring sub-team and Ocean Literacy in Asia group, MC's advisory group, and she's also an V.ECOP ambassador for IOC UNESCO's OBPS program and a UNESCO Green Citizen. Welcome, Laura.
Thank you.
And to my far right, I have Natalie Fox. Natalie is a surfer of 20 years. She hails from a landlocked part of the UK, Stratford-upon-Avon. She began her surfing journey in Cornwall before surf coaching in Morocco, and consequently surfing and traveling all over the world to find long point break waves. Wow. Whilst on her travels, she began noticing the impacts of human society on the surf breaks she was so fond of, and she became determined to learn more and take action. In 2019, she sailed with a crew of Expedition from Plymouth to Azores to contribute to microplastic research in the North Atlantic, which was her first encounter with citizen science. This called her to embark on an MSc in sustainability with Anglia Ruskin University and the Eden Project, and to tailor her project work towards surfers and their ocean connection. This is how Citizens of Surf was born, and her master's dissertation was published in 2021. Natalie is now in phase 4 of Citizens of Surf, which is a decade of ocean science project endorsed under the V.ECOP program, and she's looking to develop and research participatory marine science with surf communities using a transdisciplinary approach. Welcome, Natalie. And then to my side, we have Diego Sancho Gallegos. Diego is a conservation programs manager at Save the Waves Coalition, which is an international nonprofit dedicated to protecting surf ecosystems around the world. His work focuses on empowering coastal communities to protect the surf breaks and surrounding ecosystems that they rely on for their livelihoods, recreation, and well-being. To achieve this, Diego helps implement a combination of outreach, tools, and stewardship projects that aim at reducing local issues or vulnerabilities identified by local stakeholders. Diego is inspired by collaborating with passionate individuals from all over the world to find solutions to some of the most common challenges in the coastal zone. Welcome, Diego. So that's my really amazing panel that we have today. So welcome everybody, and we will dive into learning more about the work that you do. So I'll start with Laura. In your experience, what has been the most effective outreach method with citizen science?
So I will talk in the context of Lebanon, so that is kind of a context of global south, complicated political, economical situation. So we are working with scuba divers because for us, this is like the most direct way to reach people that are already kind of having a foot in the sea and in wanting to act for the sea. Because marine education in Lebanon and just environmental awareness for the sea, it's not very it's not very developed. So that's why we started with scuba divers, and the founder of the NGO is a scuba diving instructor. So reaching out directly to scuba divers through the club in Byblos, that has been very successful because they are already kind of passionate about it. So they help us in the underwater cleanups that you mentioned, and they also help us every day when they dive. They have their GoPro and they taking pictures and videos, and so through these, we can get some data, we can get some information. So yeah, that's the most successful for us at the moment.
Oh, wonderful. And over to Natalie. What have you been doing to engage surfers in your Decade of Ocean Science project?
So we did a workshop last year now in September, which was using eDNA sampling. So this is environmental DNA analysis, where you take a sample of the water, and we were working with a really great company called Nature Metrics. So they supported us by sending a kit, and the kit, it just turns up in the mail. We took it to the beach, and some of the local surfers were super keen, and luckily that day there were really small waves, so we went for a group surf. We took our sampling bag, we collected the water, we paddled back in, and then we did the sample of the water, which is very simple. You put it through a syringe, and then we posted it to Nature Metrics. So this was really the first pilot to see if surfers could collect environmental DNA whilst surfing, making it a little bit more unique. And yeah, it was super successful. And then we received a report, an analysis of what species are found in that water. So we had 10 species of fish, but you can run a much larger analysis. So this was really the starting point. So we'd love to kind of roll that out on a wider scale, but at least now we have some photos and we can show that it's happened. And definitely within that group, people were really like, wow, I want to learn more, and I want to do this more, and I want to bring my kids, or I want to bring people that I work with. So I think it's just that knock-on effect, that ripple effect of working with a small group and then letting them take it out to their wider networks.
Wow, wonderful. And Diego, over to you. April is Citizen Science Month, so this conversation is very fitting. And so hypothetically speaking, what would you do if you had 1 million citizen science contributions to your project? And before you tell us that, maybe you can share with the audience more about the project that you do.
Right. Yeah, thanks for that great question. It's definitely a pipe dream. But yeah, to give the audience a little bit of context, I'd say the Wave is one of the tools we use to engage surfers. Similarly to Natalie, is the Save the Waves app, which is a tool where local communities can identify the issues that they're facing that may affect their coastal ecosystems, and then we work with local partners on the ground to solve those issues. So we create data flows and real-time alerts where the partners are like alerted on the ground. And now we're building that towards actually providing capacity building on resources on the ground for these partners to be able to actually respond to more of these threats. So, thinking about in the scope of 1 million contributions, that essentially would mean that we would have partnerships in a lot of places to get to 1 million contributions, which then would mean that the impact of our work is like at a level where it's scaled globally to actually, many different projects around the world, having tangible impact on a lot of different parts of the coastline, all from the community, from the bottom up, kind of having an entire crew of coastal stewards around the world, which would be really cool. So yeah, hopefully we'll get there one day.
Yeah, nice, lovely. And on that tangent of partnerships, I'll hand this over to Laura. Do you think partnerships benefit your work? And if so, what are the most impactful partnerships?
Yeah, I mean, definitely like coming from a country where, as I was saying, marine education is so limited and even scientific research is extremely, limited as well. We have to stick together because we have no choice. So, we work also sometimes with local fishermen and the local communities and just really anyone who is, passionate about the sea and has, time to give us. But also working with a marine biologist in Lebanon, Dr. Ali Badreddin. He's the director of the marine protected area in Tyre in the south of the country. And so we're working a lot with him because we are not we don't have a background in marine science, even though we are citizen scientists and we can identify species, etc. We also work with him, for more technical issues. And so last year, for example, we took a picture of a species underwater that we never saw before and we couldn't identify it. And so we talked to him and then he talked to other colleagues in the Mediterranean. And then we realized that it was a species of coral, soft coral, that came from the Red Sea. And it didn't exist in the Mediterranean before. And so then after a few months of work, we made a publication about it. And so we were the first in Lebanon to see this species and to discover it, and the second in the Mediterranean, and now it's everywhere, by the way. So this partnership is really helping, and I think even from the scientific community, even though it's small, I think it helps them a lot because we are in the water every day. So and maybe they don't have the funding or the opportunities to do that. So our presence is helping, to develop a little bit the marine science in Lebanon.
Wow. And I think that's a really good insight of capturing that trend right before at the very start. So that's a testament to the power of citizen science. Nice. On the tangent of partnerships, still, Natalie, who have you partnered with, and what did you learn about making partnerships or co-designing as a key part of your project?
So Citizens and Surf is really quite a broad project for over 10 years, and so I've had to really break it down. And in 2022, I went off a little bit and partnered with 4 organizations in Portugal to come up with a proposal for a World Surf League grant. And we kind of all brought together our expertise. One was in freediving and ocean literacy, one are doing novel kelp restoration techniques using green gravel. Another of the partners are doing rewilding and restoration, but mainly on land. And then the other organization are all about zero waste systems. So even though we're all sort of working in sustainability, bringing together these partners with different expertise was challenging, but also an amazing opportunity. So we had to kind of come together and have a lot of meetings and really take that time to build a shared vision together. And we managed to be successful in obtaining the grant. And then we were able to deliver some initiatives that were really quite kind of inter and transdisciplinary. So we took teenagers from the local surf club to a freediving spot so we could teach them underwater skills. And then we also engaged the surfing community by taking some of they have a contest in Portugal, so some of the commentators came to the lab and they came inside the lab and they managed to actually be a part of the kelp restoration in the lab. So it was kind of taking people out of their normal spaces, being guided by other people that they might not necessarily have a just a general connection to, and then to build partnerships or just connections from there. So that was really cool, and kind of it's grown off in different directions, and people have gone to work with other people. So it's really amazing to see how that has sparked something, and just to let it roll.
Oh, right. That sounds wonderful.
Regeneration surf,
Yeah.
it was cool, I'll just say.
Very cool. And maybe also just to focus on that, your Decade Action started off as an activity, and this year you endorsed as a project under the V.ECOP program. Can you tell us how and why you went through this process?
Yeah, so as part of the Ocean Decade framework, I was really interested in this as I was studying, so I graduated in my master's in 2021. So it's just as the decade was starting. So I did a lot of research about it. So I was like, wow, this is amazing. It's just starting. I'm going to get involved. And I have this project, this idea. I've just done a paper, and I'm going to see if I can get it endorsed. And I originally applied to be a program. And so programs are like multi-country for 10 years, need to have a lot of funding, be very well established. And they were like, we don't think you're quite program status just yet, but maybe you should be in activity. So that was great. So that was also a really good learning curve, like how to apply for things and to make sure you match your project with the application. So I was endorsed as an activity, but the program, my project has continued to kind of develop, and through the WSL partnership and through my also like ongoing education and opportunities to just keep inputting into the idea and developing it, then along with the V.ECOP program, finding a program that has other resources that are going to help my own project has been really helpful. And so I kind of jumped on board with that. So that's been this year. So yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
That's wonderful. And now jumping over to Diego, what are some of your, from your experience, what are some of the best practices or success stories that you've seen for fostering these collaborations, for co-creating citizen science?
Well, I think from the work we've done, the most impactful or at least most successful partnerships are when we've worked with the local communities to understand their needs. So for the example of the app, our project, we work with them to identify what is the value that the app can bring in their context. So for example, now we're, the most recent project that we're starting is a collaboration with one of our World Surf reserves in Peru, in Huanchaco. And they recently did a Totora reed restoration project, which the Totora reeds are like a traditional, well, they're this reed that grows in the shoreline, and they use it to build these traditional fishing vessels that have their millennial, like ancestral, 2,000, 3,000 years old. They're considered to be the first surf craft in the world. So there's a lot of like heritage of wave riding in that community. And so the Totora was being destroyed by coastal erosion, by just lack of resources to take care of it. And so what the project did was restore basically these ponds where the Totora grows. So what we're using the app for now with them is to monitor the growth of these Totora ponds alongside also like drone monitoring. So we have like spatial view of the Totora, but also like volunteers that go every day and do, walk around, identify the species that they find, and identify any like human activity that might be detrimental to the Totora, because there's a little bit of that going on in the community. So that's like an example of how we partnered and like co-created this whole project with the locals and the multiple stakeholders on the ground. And we're in the process of implementing it, but it's been really good so far, and all the partners are super excited. So I think the big story that I've gathered yesterday, and just from my experiences, like if you listen to the people who are actually going to be a part of the project, and you work together to design what the project is going to be like, it's much more likely to be successful. So I think that's kind of the guiding light for us in the Save the West App project.
Wow, that's a really important reflection, just to include the people, the citizens in the science, right? So, and just jumping on that, how do you ensure engagement? Or just tell us your experience so far on ensuring that, yeah.
Yeah, I think engagement, I mean, I'm sure I can, all citizen science projects go through this. It's really challenging because you have to sort of acknowledge the fact that the citizen scientists generally are donating the time, right? It's like a volunteer basis work. So unless you're able to provide resources to, compensate for their time, you're at the whim of like kind of different circumstances. And so I think what we've found has been obviously, outreach. There's multiple ways to do outreach through even social media, but also taking advantage of events like these, different in art, like Natalie and my space. I'm sure at some degree Laura's space, because we work with very specific stakeholders. Like scuba divers really care about the ocean, and scuba diving surfers really care about the ocean and like the places they surf. So I find that doing like for targeted events like when Natalie was speaking about the surf competition, like these events are like great outreach moments. But funnily enough, what we found to be the most successful is when we partner with private sector. And so we've had kind of companies that come and they're like, we want to support the work you're doing because it's important. How can we do this? And so we've worked with surf tracking apps. So there's apps to track your surfs. And so they've included the Save the Waves app as like a take action on any environmental impact that you're seeing after your surf. So there's like a button that links to the app. And so that's been kind of donated by them to us. And we've done giveaways and different sort of activations with them that have been super successful because they have a completely different audience that they reach. And they have that sort of like incentive-based approach that they donate. So I think it's being creative about those partnerships and finding the right partnership that can really help with the outreach.
Oh, wonderful. I think that's a very creative way of approaching, engagement and reaching out to partners. Yeah. Laura, would you like to also share how you ensure engagement, or how your experience has been in getting engagement?
Well, maybe my situation is a bit too different, to be really relevant because it's hard to get people to volunteer because it's hard for people to have free time to donate. In Lebanon, now most of the population is under the poverty line. Yeah, so it's difficult. We are privileged that we are able to do this work and to give our time and to have some of the divers that are willing to help us. Yeah, it's just about finding the people that are really already very passionate, or maybe most of the people that work they have a job, so it's really like just like a little bit of their time that they're giving. But I really like what Diego was saying about the private sector. So I need to try to find some private sector, some scuba diving, companies and stuff. Yeah, that's important. It's important, and I think like it's starting now. But like these kind of partnerships, we were talking about it in the conference, like between private sector and science, and even like civil society, it needs to be more activated.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, and I like the aspects of collaboration, and I think it's all about knowledge sharing and getting ideas from each other. That's what this platform is for. So I'll bring the question I asked Diego back to Natalie. What would you do if you had 1 million citizen science contributions to your project?
Well, this is my long-term goal, so I would celebrate. And yeah, I think it's hard to think about how that might necessarily be possible, and I'm more interested in how to make it possible, and how to scale up. So I think, yeah, I honestly I'm still trying to figure it out, but maybe I can come back to the other question a little bit about engagement and my challenge is to kind of link the communities to accessible tools that have been created by maybe the private sector or by scientists. And for instance, there's the app, this is very accessible, but to be able to do science on the ground. So this was really when I had an aha moment on X Expedition where we were collecting data, and I was like, oh, I'm not a scientist, but I can do this. However, we were using an FTIR machine, so this was still like thousands of pounds worth of equipment. But luckily enough, like some partners have sent me equipment that we can use on the beach. And so this is a Saturna from Ocean Diagnostics. And this you can use in your either like if you do a manta collection of microplastics or a beach transect where you collect some microplastics and then you can put your microplastics onto the pad. You can link this up to your computer and then you can take a look at what's under there and it will basically do the work of analyzing all the data very quickly and to a scientific standard as well. So you have to kind of block out the light like this. So this is part of my engagement to make tools like this accessible to surfers, water users that might find that that is something beneficial to them to have some more knowledge or understanding or just a chance to be a scientist for a day and then just see where that takes them. So.
And thank you for that wonderful
demonstration. Thanks to Ocean Diagnostics.
Oh, wow, wonderful. And maybe also to chime in on that, you mentioned environmental DNA sampling with the surfers. What was their reaction? Was the uptake good? Would they want to do that more? What was your experience with that?
Yeah, everyone was very positive and there was a lot of discussion. I think, to be honest, the surfers were really interested in learning about the water quality. So I think bringing it back to the idea of co-design, like I can have an interest in what I want to learn about the surf break, but it's their surf break. So they're more interested in learning about the impacts of pollution on their health and going in the water, then this is something that kind of needs to be addressed and thought about and hopefully integrated into the project as well. So yeah, I hope that, and actually it's come from the Save the Waves framework because we did it in the North Devon Surf Reserve. So we're already tapping into a group of stewards that were there that have their own network and were super keen. But many of the surfers didn't get involved or show up. So there's still definitely a big pool of people who could be invited, who could, can find a connection to bring them in, and yeah, to not forget about them because there's also many barriers for people to come to the beach. So it's also kind of addressing that, like who's missing, who's not able to be there, and yeah, partnering with people that are also tackling that. For instance, Wave What He Needs is the girls surf group that are there. So we worked with Yvette who leads that, so that was really amazing. So hopefully we can work with them in the future.
That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Maybe also as we finalize our little chat, we can share with us some of the next phases or hopes that you have for your citizen science project. So we can start with Laura.
Yeah, I mean, one of my big dreams is to make a kind of a marine documentary series about the sea in Lebanon. So obviously with the help of scuba divers and everyone to be in the water, to film all of this beauty that is never shown. Yeah, I mean, I would love to work with all the scuba diving club in Lebanon because we have quite a few. And so it would be interesting to kind of like make a big partnership and to give all of that data and to try to help the scientific community in Lebanon, in their research and their work. And soon there will be a marine protected area in Byblos. We're just waiting for a president to finalize the papers. So yes, I'm excited about that, and I'm excited to make more projects in this protected area, hopefully. Who knows what's going to happen, but I feel like it would be a great place to train the local communities and to have like really amazing things happening there. So I'm crossing my fingers for that.
Wonderful, and we wish you all the best with that. And
Thank you.
We hope to see also the outcomes of that. Yeah. What about you, Diego? What are some of the next phases or things that you think about?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that we would like to do, right? I think right now we're where this project is at is we have a pretty solid sort of constituency of partners on the ground, and we, Save the Waves has different projects. Like I was saying, there's the World Surfing Reserves. We also do protected areas around surfing, like using the surf break as like the sort of anchor. And then we also do sort of activism campaigns against like things that will destroy surf break. Basically, those are like the three program areas. And so the app has been slowly integrated into all of them in different ways. And because we have partners on the ground working on all of these other projects, we have already sort of a constituency there. And a lot of the work has been expanding beyond that. And in that process, we've identified that the app is really kind of an on-ramp onto the work we do. And so there's so many people around the world who want to protect their coastlines and their surf breaks, whether it's surfers or beachgoers or, paddlers or divers. Like there's all these people who like want to take action, and maybe there's like not necessarily the resources or the capacity on the ground to do it, or they don't know where to go. And so what we're trying to start implementing is like essentially a coastal stewards like fellowship thing, where we bring some of these people together that identify issues through the app, that have an interest in like developing the capacity to actually implement stewardship projects from start to finish, create the tools that are necessary, sort of do the financial part, which is really important, like the long-term sustainability of a stewardship project. So getting creative around fundraising, providing them the tools for fundraising as well. So kind of building that capacity around, like kind of using the app as that sort of linchpin into greater, coastal stewardship. Because I think at the end of the day, like everyone that does water activities is like deeply connected to the place where they do this activity. And a lot of times they just don't know or don't have the opportunities to go and do the things they want to do. And so really empowering that is kind of what the stewardship side of Save the Waves is all about, and what the app is there for. So hopefully that's where we'll go.
Wonderful. What about you, Nancy? So the next phase for Citizens of Surf is hopefully to develop a full-time research project for 3 to 4 years, and I have a proposal in at the moment, so it would be amazing if that was funded, and then I could dedicate a bit more time to the project, but you never know, these things are very competitive. But even so, I'll keep working towards it. I've just met someone here actually who is running a local surf competition where I live in Portugal, so we're going to get to use the Saturno with some people that are going to be at the surf comp. So it's just about making those partnerships and doing it like step by step and just keeping the momentum going. So and just learning. It's hard to be a grassroots organization because you never know. You have to deal with like the day-to-day life and just keeping the organization going, and kind of so you just gotta adapt and hopefully build on what is already there.
Wonderful, and we wish you all the best with that, and looking forward to seeing the outcomes of it. Also, as we wrap up, maybe I won't direct this to anyone. Anyone can chime in. How do you leverage social media to promote engagement? Because we're in the era of information sharing. Has any strategy worked for you, and how do you approach that?
I can start. I mean, because we started 3 years and a half ago, and I feel like social media is changing so fast, and it was different 3 years and a half ago, and now it's different. But in the beginning, we were mainly on Instagram because in Lebanon, that's where the kind of like 20 to 40-year-olds are, and that's kind of like our main, audience that we're trying to reach out to. So yeah, in the beginning, it was just like the the normal posts on the Scuba Diving Club social media and on our social media. But now I think it changed a little bit. So all this with the reels and TikTok, etc. So I'm not sure. We're trying to adapt, but it takes so much more time now, I feel like. So yeah, the collaboration and like with different groups, with different accounts, maybe that works well. Yeah.
And as we slowly come to a close of our lovely square table, not round table discussion, maybe you can each give 30 seconds, a really quick take-home message for the ECOPs watching, or anyone watching who would love to start a citizen science project wherever they are. What would be like a key message that you would want to leave them with? So we can start with V.ECOP. Yeah.
I think I'd go back to what I was saying earlier of identify the needs of the people locally. Like, if it's your community where you want to have a citizen science project, talk to the people in your community, find out, what are the issues that they want to work on, or how does your knowledge and skills integrate into the local context. And if it's not your community, then also do the same process, right? Like a lot of trust building, a lot of sort of understanding the local context before really implementing anything, because if there's no local buy-in, like if the people, the citizen scientists are not buying into it, then it's going to be really challenging. So I think that's the first thing I would suggest.
Okay, wonderful. Natalie? Yeah, I think what I'm trying, I would definitely agree with all of that, and I was hoping I could say it, but instead I'll have to go towards, I'm spending quite a lot of time thinking about what is the point in collecting the data from the citizens. Like, how can the data actually benefit that ecosystem or that community, and how can you work with them to make it important and meaningful and create change if that's what you're doing a project for. And this all takes time, because you kind of have to think about that as you're designing the project or co-designing the project. And so just factor in more time and try and have enough space and time to discuss and to bring in as many perspectives as possible, because that's what you want to think about. If you're doing one project, you don't want to go back to the beginning because you've missed out someone. So yeah, try and just cover everyone if you can. Wonderful, wonderful.
I also agree with both of you. I would have said the same things as well. So I would say, just the fact that if you're passionate about it, if you feel like you want to do something, and if you're incorporating what they said, just try to do something. Just start, talk to people, and don't ask yourself too many questions. And ECOPS, it's good to try. We can fail, we can learn. It's fine. We don't have to do it perfect. But just having this passion and already trying to take action and to do something, I think that's already great. And we can learn from our mistakes if we fail. So yeah, I think just go for it, and taking into account what they said before as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. So thank you to our lovely panelists for the wonderful discussions that immersed us into the world of citizen science. I will now be handing over to Tristan and Anne-May. So over to you, and bye from the square table discussion.
Thank you very much from our panelists. It's really nice to be able to see that we can include something like in person at the conference, just to kind of mix things up a bit. Speaking of in person at the conference, I believe there was another Mojo who had a very quick update of what was going on there, and then we'll be moving on to our next contribution.
Hi everyone, it's Fiona again. I'm here at the very busy convention center in Barcelona. So it's a lot happening right now because we're in between sessions. We're just going to show you a little bit around. But at the same time, we would like to introduce you to a really cool booth, which is about the International Masters in Marine Biological Resources. And it's an Erasmus Mundus Master. I actually did that master and finished 2 years ago. And we have some people here ready to talk to us and give a little bit of information about it. Let's hear about them. Hi.
Hi, Fiona. Thank you. Thank you for visiting us and stopping by. Hello, everybody. So my name is Luana Monteiro. I'm the main coordinator of the Erasmus Mundus Joint Program, IMBRC, which stands for International Master in Marine Biological Resources. As Fiona already told you, she's part of the IMBRC family. She's an alumni. Here at her booth, I'm very lucky to have other ECOPs that are alumni of IMBRC, but you may be ECOPs at a younger level. So if you're interested in learning more of what IMBRC is about and want to apply for the program, please search IMBRC and you're gonna immediately find our website and all our social media links. So follow us for any announcements. If you are a more advanced ECOPs, such as Fiona and my team, don't hesitate also to reach out. You can be part of our associate network. And if you are an alumni, please reach out to us because we are better structuring our alumni network, also to better connect with the ECOPS community.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I really recommend everybody to check this out because it was a really cool master's program. Connect all of Europe together. I was studying in 3 different countries, so that was really cool experience. So yeah, thanks for being here and thanks for talking to us. It was really great to have you join us online. So now I'm sending it back to our hosts in the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your insights, Fiona. So due to the time, I would like to move to our VIP talk for today. Somebody who I've met personally at my first conference, actually, where I was talking. His name is Dr. Bryce Stewart. He's been affiliated with the University of York for over 16 years, but has recently started a new position as associate professor at the University of Plymouth, where he represents the MBA, the Marine Biological Association. I'll hold it quick with my background information because I think it's so much incredible work he has done, he's still doing, and I'm as well really looking forward to what out of his knowledge box he will share us today. So yeah, Bryce is a marine ecologist and fisheries biologist. He has worked in multiple ranges of tropical coral reefs and the deep sea, but as well in estuaries. And his recent work, which I remember, is that he was involved a lot in the Brexit and how UK fisheries are affected by it and the marine environment in general, and as well how to engage with the government and the stakeholders. So just to keep it short, I could continue probably for another 5 more minutes. I would like to introduce our VIP talk and a warm welcome, Bryce.
Tristan, great to be here. Yeah, thanks so much for the invitation. Right, I'll just get my talk up on screen. Okay, can everybody see that all right?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay. Yeah, well, thanks for that introduction. So I'm probably slightly preaching to the converted here, but I'm just going to tell a few stories from my sort of career as a marine scientist. So sort of following on from that video that we saw earlier, and also talk about the importance of partnerships. So you guys have really set me up quite nicely. So as Tristan said, I am currently largely based at the Marine Biological Association in Plymouth, also part-time at the University of Plymouth. Anyone wants to follow me on Twitter, I'm quite active there. So yeah, please do. So my take-home message really is that management and conservation of the ocean is all about people. So I think it's important to remember that, because if it wasn't for us, the ocean would be absolutely fine, right? It's been doing its thing for hundreds of millions of years. Marine life is evolving, it's going extinct, it's changing all the time. But we've come in, particularly in the last, well, probably 50 years in particular, and really disrupted things. And this is why we need to do a better job at managing human activities, and particularly engaging people more in that process. So my first story is from the Isle of Man. And so I actually moved here when I was an E.COP, like many of you. I just finished my PhD in Australia on coral reef fish. And I moved to the UK for personal reasons. And I had a project there as a postdoc to work on scallops. And now the Isle of Man is a great place to work on scallops because all of these pink areas here are scallop fishing grounds. So for those who don't know, the Isle of Man is in between England, Scotland, and Ireland, so in the middle of the Irish Sea. But all of those pink areas were dredged for scallops, and dredging for scallops can be quite destructive to, particularly to vulnerable marine habitats. So back in 1989, the Marine Lab there set up this very small experimental protected area, which banned dredging for scallops in that area. And if we look down here, this is the result of dive surveys during that sort of period from when the protected area or closed area was set up until 1999, which is when I arrived. And you can see it's not really done very much. And the big problem was that illegal fishing was just rife. So this is a real photo of a fisherman taken from shore, just blatantly fishing in the protected area. And my boss at the time said, well, it's not really a protected area, it's just a slightly less fished area. And that wasn't the idea. And he said to me, it'd be great if you could sort that out. That was a little bit overwhelming, having just finished my PhD in another country. But anyway, I got together with various other people, and we came up with various other approaches to try and do this. So working with the government, they put in stronger enforcement of the area, they increased the fines, they changed the regulations, so people had to keep their gear on board if they went through. We put marker buoys around the protected area, and they started satellite monitoring the vessels as well. So this was all pretty intense, pretty costly, both in terms of time and money. The other thing, though, that happened was we started to work with fishermen more. Now, this was a little bit unexpected. It wasn't planned, but the university that I worked for decided our research vessel was too expensive, and so they sold it. And we were quite upset at the time, and we said, what are we supposed to do? You know, we run a marine research program. And the message back was, well, you'll just have to charter fishing boats. So that's what we did. Turned out to be the best thing that ever happened. So even on the end of the first day, the skipper of the boat we were on said to me, you guys actually work quite hard, don't you? And I think actually from talking to you, we both want the same thing. We want long-term sustainable fisheries. I mean, this was just music to my ears. So, of course, of all of these things, which were all important, working with fishermen was by far the most important. And that really grew from then on. And so what happened was the fishermen knew why we had this protected area. They became convinced it was quite important. If any of their friends fished in there illegally, they convinced them not to. And in terms of the densities of scallops and much other marine life, there was this explosion basically from that point on. And actually, if we fast forward the situation more recently, that tiny protected area off the Isle of Man has really inspired a complete change in the management of the waters around there. So now you can see this complete network of different marine nature reserves, and actually a fishery zone where they use real-time closures as well to manage their fishery. So that was a great success story to be part of, and it really inspired me and informed me going forward. The next story is from the Isle of Arran. So the Isle of Arran is actually not that far from the Isle of Man, but it's just off the west coast of Scotland. And this is a really interesting story because Scotland's first no-take zone or highly protected area was set up there in 2008, but it only happened because of the local community, particularly these two guys, Howard Wood and Don McNeish, who were local scuba divers, not marine scientists. Howard ran a garden centre, Don's an engineer, but they had seen firsthand the damage that overfishing had caused in their local environment. And they really had a fantastic brainwave that they weren't going to be able to do this by themselves. They weren't going to be able to change things by themselves. So they set up the Community of Arran Seabed Trust to engage the local community. And they were fantastically successful at doing that. It still took about 12 or 13 years since they got the idea of setting up a protected area before it actually happened, but they did get there in the end. And uniquely, this was designed to benefit both fisheries and conservation as well. So it's already a great success story, but it gets much better. So off the back of that first no-take zone here, which is this red area here, they now have a complete network, again, a bit like the Isle of Man, of these different levels of protection, which are designed to offer, in some cases, very high levels of protection, but also to allow sustainable fishing as well. And this really came about because back in 2010, when I was at the University of York, myself and my students started working closely with Coast on Arran and started collecting the scientific data that they needed to actually get even more protection for their local environment. And then it continues. So from there, this is sort of well, it's actually not even an up-to-date summary of what we've done. We've done quite a lot more since then, but this is from a paper called Marine Conservation Begins at Home, published in 2020. The sort of key things in these protected areas is we saw overall habitat recovery in terms of, things growing on the seabed, marlin, sponges and hydroids, but we also saw increases of commercial species like scallops and lobsters, and good evidence as well that the protected areas were reseeding the areas around and actually supporting fisheries in that way. But yeah, perhaps even more important is the inspiration that this story provided. So this has happened in various different ways, and I'll just highlight two of them. One is that one of those founders, Howard Wood, was given an OBE and also won the Goldman Environment Prize, which is a very prestigious grassroots conservation prize in the United States. This allowed them to set up a marine education interpretation center called the Octopus Center for members of the public. Arran gets a lot of tourists and visitors, so this was really key, and they get tens of thousands of people going through the doors of this place every year. Even my kids here are slightly interested in conservation. Any parent knows it's pretty hard to get your kids interested in your work, so I figure they're doing a pretty good job. But also, what they did was they inspired other communities around Scotland in particular, and in fact many others in other parts of the world, but particularly in Scotland, to set up what was called the Coastal Communities Network. So this began with just a few other like-minded coastal communities saying, we want to sort of replicate what happened in Arran. And now it's up to 25 other organizations around the UK. And they're all different. They're all doing their own things appropriate to their local environment, their local community. But, and each one of those you could tell fantastic stories about. So it's a really great example of how, from small things, in this case, the inspiration, motivation of two guys has led to this massive change on a national scale. My final story is a much more recent one, and this is called Project Pollock. And this one's a little bit different. So Pollock is quite an important recreational and commercially fish species that's landed for consumption and for sport as well, all over the Northeast Atlantic. But unfortunately, there's been what appears to be quite a dramatic drop in commercial landings and government surveys in recent years. So this is what this graph here shows, and it looks pretty concerning. However, the data that this pattern was based on is actually quite limited, and the stock surveys weren't done particularly well. They weren't really targeted at this species, even though this was actually quite important. However, all the same, the government at the start of this year said to the fishermen that they were going to set the quota at 0. So they were only allowed to catch a very small amount of this species as bycatch. So weren't allowed to target it anymore. And this has really caused a lot of upset. This is just one headline of many about the devastation that it's had for local fishing communities. Interestingly, just last night, the government announced a compensation scheme for these fishermen. However, we got together, myself and a bunch of other scientists and angling groups as well, to actually try and change this situation, actually well before the government decision was made. Fishermen, recreational fishermen in particular, come to us and said, there's something going on with this stock. It's declining, the fish are getting smaller. We need to know more about this. The government surveys are not up to scratch. And so actually we teamed up about 18 months ago now with recreational charter fishing boats. So these are boats who take paying customers, sort of 8 or 10 anglers out to sea. And they've been collecting data for us ever since then through what we call Project Pollock, or the Pollock Fisheries Industry Science Partnership. So this project's sort of midway at the moment. It's happening. These numbers are changing every day. But just to sort of give you a flavor of what you can achieve by working with stakeholders in this way. So we've seen different stakeholders. We've seen commercial fishermen, we've seen community groups in Arran, and now we're really working with recreational fishermen. But they're collecting a huge amount of data for us, and sometimes we're going on the boats as well. At this point, over 500 different fishing trips. Now, if I was a scientist wanting to charter my research vessel for 500 days at sea, it would cost millions. This is largely being done for very, very small amount of money. We've also put acoustic tags on 50 pollocks, so we can get really fine scale detail about how they're moving, which can tell us about where the different stocks are and where fish are coming from to breed and all sorts of things like that, which will also help inform management. And we're working closely now with the management authorities to actually see this information used in future management decisions. But it's not only this sort of hard biological data, we're also running workshops with fishermen, both commercial and recreational. And we're also doing interviews, and we're looking at people's diaries, in some cases that back to the 1960s and 70s, to sort of recreate the history of these stocks and try and work out what's going on and what's caused these changes. So putting all of that together, I tried to come up with some key lessons learned from these 3 case studies. And I've done quite a few other projects like this as well. And I think the first lesson really, if you're a scientist, a manager, or if you're a conservationist, is when you're talking to stakeholders, before you do anything else, just listen, right? Be open-minded about their opinions, because you may not initially first agree with them. You may be tempted to go, hang on a minute, don't do that. Just sit back, listen, absorb, and be open-minded, and respect other people's opinions and concerns. If you think about it, stakeholders, whether they're, people running wildlife, tourist boats, whether they're commercial or recreational fishermen, or whether they're just local residents, if you change the way that their local area of sea is managed or conserved, they're the ones who are going to be most affected. So you've really got to respect their opinions and concerns. You've also got to value their knowledge, right? A lot of these people are spending nearly every day at sea, certainly whenever the weather allows, which in the UK is maybe not as much as other parts in the world. But one of my colleagues, Simon Thomas, has coined this phrase, experts by experience. And I think this is a really great way to see stakeholders, because they really are, a lot of them, they know far more about the sea than me as a marine scientist ever could, because I unfortunately spend too much of my time tied to my laptop answering emails and not actually being out there and seeing firsthand what's going on. And then finally, aim for genuine collaboration. And what I mean by this is, if you're designing any sort of conservation initiative or data collection program, don't just listen to what people say and then go, right, I've come up with the way it's going to be done. Actually involve everyone at every step of the journey so that you end up with something that's genuinely co-produced. So other than that, I'll just leave you with my little message that I like to leave people with. This is more of a personal one for you all. The philosophy of a scallop: to keep your eyes open, filter out the crap, grow a hard shell, but keep a soft heart. Be more scallop. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Bryce, thank you so much. What an amazing talk, and as well, what kind of a motivation for all the ECOPs out here to get started in conservation, or as well to proceed with the input you have given them. I just wanted to say thank you real quick. Really great job. I highly appreciate it. Please put in your questions in the chat, because we are really running short on time. I'm really sorry for that. But yeah, since this is a live hybrid event, we have some new contributions from our mojos, which Enmei is going to refer to. Bryce,
No
thank you
problem.
so much for your time. Thank you so much for your insights. Yeah, and
My
as well
pleasure.
for the last quote.
Please get in touch, anyone who wants to hear more or talk more. Cheers.
Yeah, I put your credentials in the chat. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. So I think without further ado, we'll hand over to the interviews we have from our mojos.
Hello, everybody. The sun is bright in Barcelona, so you might not see me very well here in the studio, but I'm just going to introduce two important voices with messages to the early career ocean professionals. We will start with a message from the WIOMSA Executive Director, Dr. Arthur Tudor, who will be telling us about how WIOMSA is contributing to ECOPs in the Western Indian Ocean region, followed by an interview with Kestutis Kadauskas, who is a representative of the EU mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters. So we invite you to stay tuned to listen to these exciting interviews. And over to you guys in the studio.
Hello everybody, I'm joined now by Dr. Arthur Tudor from the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association. Dr. Tudor, please tell us more about WIOMSA and the work that it does to support ECOPs.
All right, thank you, Sue. WIOMSA is an organization for scientists from the Western Indian Ocean region, but we also have scientists who are members who come from outside the Western Indian Ocean region. So we are a big association of more than 1,500 scientists, and we support research in countries of the Western Indian Ocean region. And this includes support in terms of funding for research to research institutions, but we also have grants that go to individual researchers, mainly those who we classify as early career scientists. And I think ECOPS is mainly constituted of early career researchers. And so we have different grant programs that target ECOPS. One of them is the Marine Research Grant that supports those who are just embarking on the marine science journey, those who are doing the master's or PhD studies in marine sciences. So we support mostly what they do in terms of research and fieldwork. But we also offer grants to students to travel and present their research findings. And this is also one area where ECOPS can benefit from. But also in the bigger grants that are led by more experienced scientists, we encourage that these grants also take into consideration, or give opportunities to ECOPS or early career researchers. And yeah, so there are many ways that we can contribute to the objectives and of ECOP, and also in involving them in policy. For example, now we are at the Decade conference, and as WIOMSA, we would like to see the young people having a voice in this kind of dialogues at policy level, both at regional level, even at national level, and even at global level. So we are full of opportunities, if you like. All we ask ECOP members is to also engage with us more closely, because again, WIOMSA is run by its members, and so the young people who are members of WIOMSA need to be actively involved. They need to give us new ideas on how we can do things differently, because the future really of WIOMSA is also in the hands of the ECOPs. So really, we want to see them more engaged in ocean science issues at the country level, the regional level, and also at the global level.
Wonderful, thank you. And perhaps if there's any early career ocean scientists watching, maybe what would you advise them on the skills they need to leverage in terms of contributing to innovations and policy dialogues in the ocean decade?
Yeah, I think as I said, there's really huge opportunities out here. Ocean science is so broad, the field is so wide, and I would say, I don't want to say the sky is the limit. Probably the depths of the ocean are not even the limits. So as ECOPS, there's all these opportunities. You can enter into mainstream science. You can also provide solutions that support science. Like now you're talking about the use of artificial intelligence in marine sciences, in all these aspects. These are the new areas where innovation is required. We also need new approaches to science. So we've had traditional way of doing science, but the technology and challenges are changing every day. So we see a very great opportunity for early career scientists to come up with innovations, creative ways, things that have never been tried before. So I only see a limitless space in terms of opportunity. So let us not, just think of, sticking ourselves to what we know, but let us try to venture out into the unknown and come up with creative ways of dealing with these problems now. I think that is where we need the young people who are with creative minds, with creative ideas, to offer creative solutions. Yeah.
And perhaps the last question will be, are there any success stories from the WEO region, from WIOMSA, of young people or programs that integrate young solutions that you would like to share?
Yeah, I think we have a few examples where young people have actually led solutions. I can cite one example in marine conservation, for example, where we are seeing a lot of use of introduction of AI technology. I think even one of the recent papers that has just been published by WCS, I think we saw the involvement of a group of young people in developing AI solutions to working with other scientists to offer new ways of selecting or identifying areas for conservation using AI technology. We have seen new techniques for collecting data using well simplified or well developed apps that can be put in the phone. So I think there are many examples, but these come quickly into my mind when I think of the opportunities that young people can do. But this is just in the line of technology. But I think also in leadership, because I think it's not just about the technological aspects. What we really want to see is the leadership of young people in driving marine science and solutions in the region. So let us take a bigger role and offer the technological solutions, but also be ready to take up the leadership of in science and to drive the process. So I think, as I said, we don't want to limit them. There's nothing about being an early career that stops you from taking leadership roles and leading from the front. So we encourage that to happen. We want to support that as WIOMSA. And really that's our key objective, to nurture the early career scientists to take over the leadership and everything that goes with marine science in our region. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Chuda.
No worries.
And over
Everyone,
to you.
I have the pleasure to be here with Kestutis, and he's going to introduce himself and tell you about EU mission.
Yes. Well, I am Deputy Director General for Maritime Affairs in European Commission. At the same time, I'm manager of a ocean mission, which is a major flagship mega project from our research program, but also beyond, with some really important objectives, how we can make our ocean more sustainable. Protecting 30% of the ocean, 10% strictly, reducing the plastic pollution, reducing nutrient pollution, ensuring free-flowing rivers into the ocean, developing blue carbon economy, which blue carbon-free economy, which is a different kind of economy. So these are the major objectives of the mission, which we are trying to do through a broad mobilization of all stakeholders. So it's not only researchers, it's also businesses, it's governments, it's cities, it's universities, it's big organizations, but it's also civil society, very, very important. And what is also crucial here is when we look about the ocean, when we talk about the ocean, we have to look into the future. And the future belongs to the young people. And it's the young professionals that can really make the difference, because these are the most passionate people who are discovering some of the solutions that the older generation simply could not find. How to fix the problems of the ocean. And that's why the young ocean professionals seems to be a very, very promising group and initiative that could link up with the ocean mission. That's why I would suggest very strongly that you guys become part of the mission by signing up to the mission charter. It's a very simple document that outlines the key objectives of the mission, but you join right now more than 600 various organizations who are our partners in the mission, who are doing something for the ocean, and who we promote each other and we cooperate with each other.
Thank you so much for this invitation and to include the young people as one of the stakeholders, which sometimes are forgotten in other sectors. But how do you see actually the involvement of early career ocean professionals in the EU mission? What are the goals, the keys, the challenges? How do you see the involvement?
Well, I can tell you that already some of the solutions that come for the mission, they come from the young people, from the young researchers, young entrepreneurs, people who are very passionate about the ocean, but also very dynamic, because it's the young people who are not afraid to take some bold ideas and to test them to the ground. And that's where we need some disruptive solutions for the ocean. We can't do business as usual. And it's unfortunate to say, the older you get, the more usual things you do. And it's the young people who do unusual things, and that's precisely where we need for the mission. That's why the best involvement would be if you become the part of the charter, become part of the mission, you become part of our partners, and we'll look for the ocean solution best. And we can valorize also on the knowledge of the young ocean professionals that they can bring to the ocean solutions.
All right. So that's very interesting. Just get involved with EU Mission, look for it, and thank you so much for this interview. Thank you.
All the best.
All the best.
Okay, thank you very much for those updates from the conference. I think again, because we're a bit short on time, we want to move straight ahead and introduce our next speaker, who is Iro Sampopolo-Focaino. Iro is a social anthropologist researcher and early career ocean conservationist with a particular interest in interspecies relationships. After completing her bachelor's in Greece, she conducted research for her thesis on the cultural significance of whales in Iceland. He's collaborated with a number of organizations like Anima and Sea-Watch Foundation, and is a Sea Shepherd member, having joined the Greek campaign as crew. He's participated in the Darwin 200 project as a leader, where he produced the film Gulches of the Sea, about the conservation of a short-finned pilot whales in Tenerife with Lorimer McAndrew. And she is now starting her MSci in animal welfare and hopes to continue to develop a career in conservation and animal rights. Now we're going to hear a bit more about the film she produced. Iro, are you there? Yes.
Do I play the PowerPoint or do you?
Whichever is easiest for you.
Let me share my screen. It's fine. Well, thank you also for hosting. It's been very interesting. Thank you, Anne-May and Tristan and everyone else involved. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, so as Anne-May said, I will be presenting Gulches of the Sea, the pilot whales of Tenerife. This is a 3-part short documentary made by myself, Lorimer McAndrew, who's the filmmaker that filmed the film. And we did it as part of the Darwin 200 Global Conservation Project. And the animal of interest was the short fin pilot whales in the Tenorasca Marine Protected Area in Tenerife. So the whole film is online. You can find it on YouTube. And I will also be showing you the first 2 minutes after my very short presentation. You can also scan this barcode. That's also on YouTube. So a very brief introduction to pilot whales, although I assume most of you know them already. They're in Spanish called Calderon tropical, and they're part of the dolphin family. There is a worldwide distribution, but Tenorasca is particularly special in Tenerife because we have a resident group of 400 species or animals, or so they say. It's a very gregarious and family-oriented type of whale. They spend their whole families, their whole lives living in their matrilineal pods. And this is one of the reasons as well that there is a theory that they are piloted by the pod leader. So, for example, many of you might have seen the very shocking pictures of pilot whales being all drenched ashore just because one gets out in the beach and they all get out on the beach. They're also particularly interesting in terms of their biology. They can dive up to 2,000 meters depth because they feed on giant squid. And as all cetaceans, they use sound and echolocation to travel, to hunt, and to communicate. And they even have particular names for each other and sounds. And they're extremely intelligent, are most cetaceans. So the Tenorasca strips in southwest Tenerife, between Tenerife and La Gomera, is a hub for global biodiversity. 1/3 of the cetaceans in the world can be found passing through there. And we have rays, we have sharks, dolphins, turtles. So it's a very, very important hub for biodiversity, also because it's a volcanic island, so the geological formations around the island make it very welcoming for species. And for these reasons, as well as particularly for the 400 pilot whales that can be found there, it's a protected area, it's kilometer zero for whales, it's protected under Natura 2000, it's the first European whale heritage site, and it has a very large touristic industry as well, relying on the pilot whales. Now, all of these accolades, as many of you know, a story of our lives, does not reflect to an actual protection of the area. So what we encountered and what we cover as well in the documentary is that there's a massive explosion of tourism. Tenerife relies on tourism largely, and marine tourism at that. And that means that aside of the ferries that connect the islands, Merli, Tenerife, and La Gomera, you also have jet skis, kayaks, diving boats, and sailing boats, all within the marine protected zone of Tenorasca. You even have 2 fish farms inside the marine zone, right outside one of the ports. And these issues are not even counting the issues that every place encounters, like global warming and overfishing. So this is an area that, even though it's supposed to be under severe protection, is very, very problematic at the moment. The results are, of course, very catastrophic for the animals. There is sound pollution, which of course compromises their whole life of the whales, the way they navigate, they hunt. Some of them get isolated and sometimes they strand. Researchers found very high cortisol levels, which is the stress hormone, and after COVID, a very large number of infant mortality. So during COVID was the highest birth rates because of course there was no marine traffic, and after COVID, the infant mortality skyrocketed. They do get improper rest due to the marine traffic, and in very dramatic cases, you have like the case of Hope, the whale you see in the screen. Hope's tail was propelled by a boat, and then she had to be put down by the researchers that tried to rescue her, but it was impossible. And the main issue with that is not only that Hope died, but the boat that did this to her was never found because it was never looked for. So the boat that had to suffer dramatic damage to its propeller was never found or prosecuted. So talking to local experts, which was very important for us, we divided the courses of action in 3 main areas. One has to do with the marine protected zone, and you can see some of the measures we propose here and at the end of the film for anyone that doesn't have time to read now. It's mainly about no-take zones, designated routes, designated time slots, the use of ice to make sure that there is a maximum number of boats out at sea at all times, and equipping the Coast Guard with ice to make sure that all boats are following the code of conduct, that not many touristic boats are out at the same time, and mandatory information and exams to everyone that wants to dock or get a skipper's license, and mandatory information to any tourist embarking in any way out at sea. We also drafted this informational material that you can also find in the documentary. We think it's something every tourist should get in the form of a barcode when they purchase any ticket to go out at sea, even if it is the ferry to go to La Gomera or even if it is a sailing boat. And so that I don't tire you and I overtake my time, I will also like to show you the first 2 minutes of the documentary. And again, you can find the whole thing on YouTube, but I would like to show you the first 2 minutes of our work. Can you see it? Can you see the video I'm trying to load on Vimeo?
No, I think you might have to either stop sharing and then reshare the specific screen.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, here it is. Now you can see?
Yes, we can see it. I'm not sure that we can hear the audio for this, unfortunately.
Sorry, what?
I don't think we can hear the audio.
Oh, well, in that case, that's fine. I can share the link on the chat if that's easier.
Yes, I think I've also
So
put the
I also
link to
don't
the
waste the
YouTube
time of
one.
other. Okay, yeah, I can share it in the chat then. And yeah, sorry, I had to rush through it a bit. But yeah, this is I will share the video in the chat for anyone that wants to see. And thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you very much. And sorry we are a bit behind,
That's
but
fine.
your presentation was really interesting, and I'm sure we've got the link to the playlist in the chat. So I'm sure everyone would be really interested in being able to watch that after the conference.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Goodbye. Good luck to everyone else.
And unfortunately, Iro has to rush off, but if anyone has any questions for her, we've also put her contact details in the chat. So if anybody has any questions, please do reach out to her afterwards. I believe now, just before we begin our next segment, the Mojos had something else they wanted to contribute. If we wanted to switch over to them. Okay, I guess then we'll move on to our next contribution. If
Okay, yeah, I might introduce him real quick. I think it's Nicolo. Just I hope that our technical team can share his presentation because he informed me that he's unable to. But yeah, first of all, thank you as well, Iho, from my side. Sorry that we had to cut you off a bit, but please, everybody from the audience, go watch a video on YouTube. But yeah, who's up next? So it's his name is Nicolo, Nicolo Di Tullio. I hope I pronounced it right. He's actually live at the conference, so thank you for taking the time. As well, he is the president of the consortium Genova Ocean Agora, and he is as well the project developer. And currently doing his PhD in sustainable management at the Superior School of Advanced Studies in Sant'Anna of Pisa. And as well, he is a quite famous person because he is the World and Europe Cup Surf life-saving sport champion. So looking forward to hear from you, Nicolo, and the stage is yours.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for your presentation. I am glad and happy to be here. And also I've been inspired by previous speakers from what is their work and also from the conference speakers. So in this, wearing this hat at V.ECOP, I'm going to present what I've been doing for the previous 3 years as a volunteer on a volunteer basis, trying to solve a very local problem that raised from my sport activity. So I think that my professional career is pretty linked, very much linked to my sport career, because the main problem is that what we faced was coastal erosion. So what I'm trying to do is to give back and bring back to my local community what I could study and learn at university and what I'm still learning at university to solve a local problem. So the solution that we found is an anti-fragile solution. It means from a threat, trying to find the opportunities that are within this threat by creating an ocean agora. So please, the next slide. Ocean Agora tries to fight coastal erosion that is a matter of soil loss, of public and private loss of property, and it is also a problem to the socioeconomic threat of coastal communities. Next slide, thanks. In Italy, we have quite a problem of coastal erosion. As you can see from the peninsula, we have one beach on two that are threatened by coastal erosion, and there is also a value that is what I've learned by dealing with policymakers, that we should put on the table how much is the ecosystem value and the natural service that beaches provide to our communities. That is 1 square meters of coast zone has the value of at least 1K euros. In the past 50 years, Italy lost 40 million of square meters. So next slide, please. it is quite clear to understand that coastal erosion is a big, not only socioeconomic threat, but also also an environmental threat. It comes from mainly three causes. Those are coastal human activities, ports, harbors, buildings on the shoreline, etc., from inland human activities, such as rivers modifications and deforestation, and surely by climate change, such as extreme weather phenomena. All these leading to a 50 billion euros loss in the peninsula of Italy in the last 50 years. Next slide, please. So what we've been trying to do is to develop the concept of Ocean Agora that comes from the main infrastructural part of it. It is composed by two parts, an infrastructural one that is basically a submerged artificial reef to protect from coastal erosion, but also if it is adequately engineerized, it can be also a promotional infrastructure for sports and tourism. Because when those waves that were before destroying the coastline are taken to take a particular shape, those also can bring the conditions for perfect surfing and to practice sports such as wing surfing, kites, surfing in general, kayaking, and so on. So here, this infrastructure and hard innovation of the Ocean Agora brings together also the soft, non-infrastructural innovation that is bringing together the community in an oceanic space that before was not used and appreciated by people for its resources and its opportunities and possibilities, and also to create what we call ocean citizenship through sport. It means to habilitate the people to go in the water and to enjoy that space. Moreover, smart buoys will monitor environmental parameters and also the performance of the athletes around it. Next slide, please. When the water won't be such as you can see in this video, if you can please click on the video if it works. Otherwise, I can also send you the link. When the waves are not coming to the shoreline, as you can see here, the area, the surface will be used for swimming, kayaking, or every other activity that can be helpful to, again, facilitate the ocean, the so-called ocean citizenship. What you are seeing in the video is what happens in different coastal solutions. So here you can see a very rigid solution that are applied in different conditions, and the images such as this one with some steps show how the waves impact the coastal zones and the infrastructure. In particular, for example, we can think about rocks or buildings. But what is the innovation in proposing this kind of artificial submerged reef, such as the one you can see here, is that basically the wave breaks far from the shoreline, and this reduces the impact on the infrastructure on the coastline. Next slide, please. This is a very powerful and extremely simple solution we're trying to adapt and to create. So this brings value creation from a common good on society, economy, and nature, because it also enhances biodiversity, and also has a very important impact and outcome also on other areas, such as, for example, technology development. Next slide, please. What is the update? What is the current state of the project is that finally we got funded with a universitarian spin-off from the University of Genova, so not from the university that in which I'm doing my PhD. And here at the moment for the National Day of the Ocean, today is the National Day, the Italian Day of the Ocean, I am talking with some professors and with some policy and policy makers from the city of Genova, and we got funded the project. So these are great news, and most probably this will be done with European funds. So we're trying to bring together all that we've been doing for 3 years, and I'm very happy to share it today with you in this occasion. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really interesting to hear what your project was on. I think we'll then move on to our next contributor who's also looking at coastal development. Let me do this quickly. So our next contributor is Phaedra van Kerrebroek. Phaedra is 26 years old and will be celebrating her 1-year anniversary as an ESOP on the 17th of April. And thanks to NDCBE, or the National Decade Committee Belgium, she actually got the chance to be at the Barcelona conference. So thank you so much for being part of our digital ESOP days as well as being there in person. She's an educator at Horizon Educatie, VZW, an educational nonprofit organization based in Austin, Belgium. Their motto is that they want to make everyone crazy about the ocean, and they do this through experience-based activities on ocean-related topics such as crab fishing, seashell identification, cooking with sustainable fish, as well as through projects, national and international. Next to that, Phaedra plays an active role in the ESOP Belgium coordination team. And she's going to talk to us about a project, Expedition Coastline. So Phaedra, are you there? I think she might be connecting to the audio.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah. Do you see me from like the big camera or the small camera down?
I think we see you from the camera down.
All right. Our technical team is still fixing the lighting and stuff. So I'm not sure if they will be able to put me on the big screen. So I'm just letting them check. And if not, I will just switch to the little camera here. I think you can see me from there. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, not sure if I have to wait for anything. I'm checking with them now.
While we're waiting, I should just say that yes, please, Tristan mentioned that if we've got questions for Nicolo, please put them in the chat, and we also have the contact details there for him. And I think Tristan has also just put Phaedra's contact details. Again, sorry, we're running a bit behind schedule, so we didn't have any time for Q&A. So please do reach out to our contributors in the chat or use their contact details for getting in contact with them after the event.
All right, I don't see anything happening now, so if all right with you guys, I will just start doing the presentation like this, then it will work perfectly fine, I'm sure. Is that okay?
Yes, that's
All right,
fine.
great. I see Kristen nodding, so thank you. Well, good. I'm going to dive right into it, and I would like all of you to think about this. Isn't it a pity that young kids don't know what's happening out there, that they do not have access to all of these great initiatives done by all of these amazing people? Because ocean literacy is not or very limited included in curricula in schools, but luckily there are teachers out there who want to inspire young kids. So I was thinking, let's give them a hand and help build the next generation ocean literacy for all. So just as I was introduced perfectly by Tristan and May, thank you for that. I work for an educational nonprofit organization called Horizon Educatief, and next to that, I'm in the V.ECOP Belgium coordination team. Now, with this project that I'm going to present to you, we want to bring ocean literacy at school. And now I know it's on the last presentation, it's already getting like probably time for lunch for some people, but just imagine this. Young kids doing local field work at their own stretch of the beach, contributing to citizen science, accepting a self-chosen challenge on a specific topic linked to the Ocean Decade challenges, being able to present their project to other participating schools and partners involved. Well, this is Expedition Coastline. Expedition Coastline can be explained using three keywords. The first one, that is linking. So we do not just want to link schools to one another and partners to partners. We want to link school partners, institutions, just everything, in creating this one happy family, like one network in which everyone can contribute and in which everyone can feel and be included. Second, we have learning. Of course, it's about education, but it's not just a passive way of doing it. It's experience-based, it's taking action, taking ownership, and most of all, it's not just the kids learning, it's everyone learning from one another, sharing. So that's what we want to do. And then last but most importantly, we got the locking part. So we do not want to focus on just a temporary thing. We want to create something that is sustainable, that will be repeated. And now you're probably wondering, like, how are you going to do that? Well, that is by implementing a one-year course in schools. So what you see here is a timeline running from September till June, so that's one school year. And we will implement this in primary education, ages 10 till 12, in September 2024. So it still needs to happen, our big launch. And we will do it with different schools across the central Belgian coastline. Now, before I run you through that timeline, I want to point out that in the bottom right corner, you can see Ocean Decade Challenges. So currently, our project is linked to 5 of 10 Ocean Decade Challenges. So first of all, the fieldwork sessions. As you can see by the timeline, the fieldwork sessions will take place several times a year. So pupils will do local fieldwork at their own stretch of the beach, and they will be guided by the Sea Watchers. Sea Watchers are a group of volunteers who monitor the beach, and together with the pupils, they will be the Sea Watch Bee Youth Network. Now, the data that they gather through the fieldwork sessions, it won't be like gone or just a temporary thing. The data will be implemented in a database, and it will be used for scientific research. So what we do here is citizen science. And that knowledge that they gathered can also be used in the challenges. So the kids will choose one challenge on a specific topic. This could either be biodiversity, pollution, blue energy, anything. And each individual challenge is linked to one Ocean Decade challenge. And they will receive a toolbox existing out of contributions by different partners specialized in the field. This is to inspire them to do something. It's totally free. It's up to them what they do. This could be like something with art, something with science, maybe. So they are allowed, or they get the chance to set up their own project and really take ownership. So this is all about, a very important word, taking action. We really want to focus on the action part. Lastly, there will be a closing event at the end of the school year, where each individual class will be able to present their project to other participating schools and partners involved. They will also get the opportunity to obtain the Blue School label. And this is all about that locking part, about making ocean literacy a general concept in schools across the coastline and even further inland. It's about inspiring, it's about connecting, it's about taking action. So, of course, inspiring, like I said. And to end my presentation, I really hope that maybe it inspired you a little bit to also take action or to do anything else. If you want to contribute to the challenges, if you wish to implement this in your region or have any other question, feel very welcome to reach out to me. And thank you all very much for listening, and I hope you have a lovely day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Fedra. As well, putting some light on the topic of starting really at the bottom by involving kids, already educating them right and giving them as well the opportunity to get involved in ocean sciences and be taught from the beginning on what is important, but as well to encourage them to be creative and to as well select what they are interested in. So very, very nice and inspiring last talk. Yeah, guys, please feel free to contact not just Fedra, but all our speakers. Since we are already almost 15 minutes late for our next session, one thing to our technical team, do we still have a Mojo interview, or shall I wrap it up with Envy together? All right, nothing from their side yet, so maybe we'll leave that one to later. Yeah, Anmei, I think we can wrap up what we've been doing for the past 2 days, but as well what has been going on for the whole conference. Just one question to you, what do you think was your take-home message for today?
I mean, today we've just had so many talks about the importance of citizen science, not just within our own roundtable specifically focusing on that, but also all the individual talks are highlighting the importance of engaging with people, for the importance of having citizens involved in what we do. What about you?
Yeah, right. I fully agree. And as well, I think we just saw today, especially that there are so many ways to reach out to the public, to citizens, to kids, to other students, to local stakeholders like fishermen. I really liked what Bryce was talking about today, that they are all out there and they have all got stories to tell. Like not one individual can just listen to. So go out there, use either you go independently on yourself or you go through institutions or you go through programs like the V.ECOP program. And I think the big take-home message is we're all together here. So go and get out there, get engaged with people, listen to their stories, and as well listen to what to their expertise and try to learn from it by as well telling them yours. So yeah, and if you could just share the slides with the sponsors real quick, because I think we cannot thank them enough for their support in this event. I'll shortly be putting it over to the last session we have from our V.ECOP days, and I think it's been an incredible journey which we've all been through. None of this would have been possible without Fisheries and Ocean Canada, WIOMSA, the University Politécnica de Catalunya, Prep for Blue, the European Union support, the Federal Ministry of Education, the KDM, but as well the ECOP program and the UN Ocean Decade program in general. So yeah, thank you to all participants, to the audience who stood with us. I think we are all so interested in our ocean and protecting them that as well together by networking events like this, we can connect and together as well we can achieve the best result possible for our oceans and as well for our people, because it's not just about the ocean, it's especially about the people who are connected to the ocean and as well all of us who depend on the ocean, whether it be a food source or just a place to live. So yeah, thank you all. I hand over to the Americas, to Tamara, Carsten, and Manon. Sorry for being so late, but as well, I hope you can go on with your presentation the way you wanted to.
Thank you, both of you. We will do our best to get back on schedule. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody, to the second broadcast from America's region for the V.ECOP Days 2024. The Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona kick-started yesterday, a decade full of new innovations, opportunities, and partnership, and we're excited to share our program with you today from wherever in the world you might be joining us from. Along with me, we have Manon and Carson from Canada. I'm Tamara. And our first session today will consist of two sections. In this section, we will be hearing about ECOP contributions related to fostering innovation, supporting young entrepreneurs in the marine sector, and implementing sustainable practices to advance the blue economy. The second, it's law and indigenous knowledge for our oceans, will consist in a short presentation regarding the international law of the sea, followed by a special panel discussion where we hope to discuss questions relating to indigenous rights, knowledge of the marine environment, and the intersection with international regulatory frameworks. As also Tristan mentioned, we thank our sponsor for helping us to make this event possible. And without further delay, let's start our program. As I mentioned, our first session is called Young Entrepreneurs Leading Towards Needs and Solutions to Boost a Sustainable Blue Economy. Since we are already behind schedule and we have several contributions today, we kindly ask to our contributors to be respectful with the time assigned, as we mentioned on our previous emails. And also, to give all equitable amount of times, we will first listen to all our contributors, and then we will give space for questions and answers, and you can enjoy as much discussions you like. So let's start with our first speaker. We have Clement Hochart. You can correct me if I pronounce it incorrectly. Founder of Scooby Ventures. The founder invests in conscious entrepreneurs building regenerative organizations to reinvent the way humans benefit from nature and nature benefits humans, starting with the oceans. Welcome, Clement. You have the floor to start.
Thank you, Manon. Thank you, the team. So nice to meet you all. I'm Clement, so general partner of Scooby Ventures. At Scooby Venture, we invest in conscious entrepreneurs reinventing our relationship with nature, from nature to humans and from humans to nature. And we decided to start with the ocean. So we have our core focus is on the blue economy and ocean space, with three main segments, which are the feeding the world. So anything on food, nutriment, nutrition and supplement. Then we have replacing fossil fuel. So any biomaterial, any biofuel, new material as well. And the last one is removing pollution. So anything on the water management, water treatment, as well as fighting microplastic. Those are areas where we are interested. And we have, in addition to Scooby Venture, we have also Scooby Collective, who is supporting entrepreneurs by providing hands-on support to their team as fractional CXOs that complement the funding or the leadership team of any project. And we cover pretty much all the globe. So we have team members in the US, in Europe, in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. So we are happy to help you where you are, and no need to move somewhere else to get the support. So yeah, I will drop my email also on the chat. If you want to reach out to me, feel free to send me any question or any pitch deck. Yeah, always happy to connect.
Thank you very much, Clement. Please do not hesitate to put your LinkedIn, email, or any contact you like on the chat. Thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. As I mentioned, since we are a little behind schedule, we will go to our next speaker. Thank you, Clement, once again, and have a good flight. Our next is Shosfat, is a V.ECOP East Africa Sub-Regional Node Coordinator. He's a certified ILO Site B business trainer and a UN career in climate action expert. He's passionate about making businesses drive climate action, ocean conservation, and food security. Shosfat envisions a generation of V.ECOPs who will solve most of it, if not all, ocean problems through business and entrepreneurial solutions. Thank you very much. Please, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much. Please confirm that you can hear me.
We can hear you nice.
All right, thank you very much. Now, I don't know whether I can share my screen because I'm using my phone. I'm actually at the conference center in Barcelona, so can I share my screen?
Yes, absolutely. If you don't worry, we can try to do it also ourselves.
Please do it from your end, kindly, so that I keep time.
Okay, I will try to do it.
All right. Yeah, so as you share that, thank you for that. Please
just one moment. I will now, if I. Oh. Sorry, I'm struggling with putting in presentation mode. I don't know why I cannot.
There should be a button up top towards the right-hand side, just to the right of that.
Here? No.
No, the big button to just the right. There you go. Just to the
great.
left. There you go.
Great. Can you see it?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much for
Great.
this. So I want to keep it very brief, the 5 minutes that you gave me. So as a business trainer and as the sub-regional node coordinator for East Africa, over time I have observed that as ECOPs, we really need to get business skills in order to solve the problems that are facing us, especially due to climate change that is happening, the problems that are facing the ocean. So just go to the next slide, please. So the problem that we have is that we have very many reports in our desks, in our shelves, of course, and these reports expose the many problems that our ocean faces. Now, we have many entrepreneurs who have come up to solve these problems, and of course, many are coming up. Now, what I am proposing is that, especially in Africa, which is actually the youngest continent, as you all know, I'm proposing that we do a needs assessment for entrepreneurial skills and those guys who have come up with solutions. So this assessment will encompass an assessment of the skills required for successful blue economy businesses, and of course identify the barriers related to the business skills that hinder the growth of the developing of the businesses. And finally, after we have done this, I suggest that we come up with a strategy of scaling up these enterprises, which could be already existing. And of course, again, I suggest that if possible, we could have an ocean business academy in Africa. It could be an academy that is located somewhere, a place of choice in Africa, or it could start as an online business academy. So that is what we are proposing. Next slide, please. Now, this is how I am proposing that we could do this. The first step is, of course, do a literature review on the businesses that are existing, the skills that these entrepreneurs have, what the ECOPs lack as skills to make sure they start businesses. We do expert interviews, we hold workshops. And then number two, we'll do the monitoring and of course the data analysis that we collect from all these experts, all these entrepreneurs, all these online surveys that we could do. And finally, we have to report about this because you guys know the methodology of doing a research. So we report about it and of course give recommendations. Next slide, which is actually the final one. I wanted to make it very brief. Why is this important in the context of the ocean decade? It's important because number one, this is going to help ECOP Africa in terms of capacity building. I mean, if it's the lack of business skills that the ECOPs have, this is going to help. Number two, it will help in solving the problem solving among ECOPs. It will develop these problem solving skills among the ECOPs because, you know, one of the components I suggest we should have in that business academy is coming up with a business idea. We have problems facing the ocean, which are actually aggravated by the climate change that is happening around the world. So, I mean, there are many areas. The ocean is gigantic. It's quite. We cannot really say we can cover the whole ocean. So there are many opportunities. So part of these opportunities would be like we teach the ECOPs how to come up with business ideas, not only doing a research and coming up with a report. We also need to do this training on coming up with business ideas. And finally, if possible, all these recommendations will inform a business academy development. I have not seen this. I've only seen accelerators coming up, but as ECOP, the global ECOP, we should come up, especially ECOP Africa, we could do a business academy where we could have ECOPs learn how to come up with business ideas, how to develop businesses, but most importantly, how to solve the problems that are facing us. And just like as a parting shot, I mean, we need to be all inclusive going forward. We need to, the ocean requires, it's SDG 14, but the ocean cuts across all the SDGs. So I really hope that this could go ahead. This could be interesting to some of us attending this call or any other person, and we could come up with a business academy soon. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I know, yeah, great. Thank you very much, Josephat, for that insightful also presentation, and it's very interesting about this Academy of Young Ocean Professionals. I hope we see it someday. I would love to join. um, we'll continue with the next speaker, who is Anastasia, who will tell us about her work accelerating ocean tech entrepreneurship, titled Ocean Tech, a new trend in entrepreneurship. Let's hear how her initiatives, included Ocean Inside VC and Ocean Next to Me, are shaping the future of ocean innovation. Thank you very much, Anastasia. Great.
Yeah, nice to see you. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, great. So I share my screen. Can you saw it? Is it? Yeah,
yes, it's
great.
perfect.
So it can be a little bit louder because I'm also in Barcelona in main venue. Yeah. So I think that ocean tech is a new trend in entrepreneurship. And little intro about me. I'm also entrepreneur and international serial environmental entrepreneur innovator. I'm also engineer innovator, which means I'm also one part of engineer and one part of innovation economist. And last 7 years, I have been launched 6 different projects from different countries with sustainability, environmental, in a business way. It's impactful businesses. And I also understand how it's working, impact business, impact startups, because I also have a lot of experience with the corporate sector and investors. One of my main projects, it was environmental consultancy agency in Russia. And we also develop a market, and we develop this market and work with more than 1,070 cases with big corporates such as P&G, Nike, Puma, and Yandex, and different main companies. And I also understand how they're thinking. And I have a great network from private sector. So I like interface or translator between private sector investors and site entrepreneurship guy, and between science, because there are a lot of gaps between this sector. So my mission is to accelerate ocean tech entrepreneurship, and now I'm realizing this needs through for 2 projects. One of them is Ocean Next. It's a Russian project, and it's an educational project, which popular science project for who are in love with ocean are ready to act. Because when I started to focus on the ocean, many of my friends from investment area and entrepreneurs also asked me how I can be involved in this area. But I also have some resources. I also have some passion, but I don't know how. And we also build some project educational to popularize ocean science and ocean knowledge to private sector. It connects between investors, entrepreneurs, ECOP, corporate, and ocean scientists. I'm also ECOP. And we also navigate cross-disciplinary scientific information in one platform. We started to build it. We only an early stage, but we also have a lot of network in Russia with scientists. We also create some events to make connections between different sectors. And Ocean Next is a two-part project. One part is educational part, as I already said. I also have maybe more 100 speeches about environmental different challenges and solutions, and deeply understand how it works. So I bring my background to ocean. And second part of the project, I think it's more innovative for Russia. We also create the first blue economy map in Russia. So we collect in one place different institutions and projects and events about ocean and about ocean sustainability, because we need to connect them. And we also launched it soon, maybe in May, maybe in June. And we also plan some events with Russian Ocean Decade part and with the different big ocean scientist conference in this autumn. And we also together create some events and connect private sector and scientists. And my next second project is international project for all over the world, because I connect between Russia and US, because my husband lives in US, and so I connect different continents. So it's Ocean Insight venture capital firm, and as I mentioned, I have a lot of network from investors and angel investors and venture capital firm and venture funding and different foundations. So I bring it, and now I formulate investment thesis for this firm to connect different stakeholders, scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, and investors, because I really believe that together we can create technological innovations for ocean. And I also spend a lot of time talking with scientists, and I understand how they need more support with communications, their knowledge, and financial support also. So that's why I create this firm. And if you have any question for communication, for marketing, or maybe business modeling, or maybe investment or something, you can also here QR code for two of projects. And here is my QR code for my LinkedIn, and here is my email, my Instagram, my telephone number, all of my information about me. So I'm open to connect with you, because I have a lot of network from different sectors, and I also can connect you with maybe different funds, maybe different entrepreneurs, or maybe in other guys which can support your project, because I really know, not only believe, I also know that we are today we build future literacy, literally, because we have some knowledge about ocean, but we also have passion and have some energy for create really solution. I'm also not political person. I'm also focused on real action, on real project with real business model. And I think when we can more projects more profitable, it will be quite great for blue economy. So I'm really happy to share my experience. And it's really symbolic for me, because 1 year ago I was here in Barcelona for my trip, and I decided to focus mostly in ocean. And after 1 year, I'm here in Barcelona again, and I'm teaching my project, my newborn project, and I'm here in Ocean Decade Week, and it's so exciting. And thank you, and I really appreciate for this opportunity. So thank you, and stay in touch. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anastasia. It was very interesting, all your points, and you made it possible to give so much information about your project in such a short time. Thank you very much for that. It was very kind of you. Please stay, so I am sure we will have questions for you later. And now I will give the floor to our next presentation. Gabriel Chaman works as investment officer for a Germany family office focused in impact investment in emerging countries. He has a master in sustainable finance by Frankfurt School of Finance and Management with mention in digital finance and SMA finance. He did a thesis about issuing a blue digital bond through tokenization and blended finance to promote transitions finance for agricultural and aquaculture in emerging markets with a focus on Latin America. He's from Amazon jungle from Peru and currently lives in Luxembourg. He's passionate about sustainable development, innovation, and course swimming. Currently, he's finishing a course in venture capital, project management, and DeFi. I think I went through as fast as possible. Gabriel, you have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for all the V.ECOP team and all people who are present. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the effort. I really appreciate it. And also thank you for all the people who already shared their knowledge. So I'm really amazed for all the efforts that people are doing. I don't know if you can help me, Tamara, with the presentation. I don't know if you have it. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Just one more second, I promise. There it is. Great. I'm sharing out the screen.
Okay.
Is it okay? Can you say it?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, this is like my thesis that I finished last year for my master's in sustainable finance. I'm really passionate about also blue finance and blue economy. As I say, I'm from the Amazon jungle, but also I love to swim, and I pass mostly all my life also in the ocean, in the river too. So if you can pass the second slide.
Yes.
I will try to the 5 minutes. Why I choose this topic? First of all, I think it's a lot of potential in the whole world, especially in the emerging markets, in this case in Latin America. First, we have this data that you can see here. One of the most important for me is first, almost 90% of the fish stock is already overfished, so it's a big issue, as you might know. And also we have the possibility to recover that and to increase the job market around 350 million jobs for the 2030 and only 50 million in Latin America. As you might know, also the food is going to increase. So this is a problem, but also is an opportunity to overcome this. Also, we have the possibility to have the experience, but also the possibility to use bonds as a way to finance small and medium enterprises all over the world, especially in emerging markets. There are already some blue bonds that are already being issued, but mostly by governments and mostly also by big companies, and through blended finance. If you can pass to the third slide, sorry. Blended finance is really a concept that when you issue, let's say, a financial product, in this case, a bond, you have the support of the government or the development finance institutions like, I don't know, in America is CAF or IDB, in Europe is el BEI, el European Investment Bank, and so on, right? So these big entities, these multinationals, they support, they are like a guarantee for the private investors to invest in this kind of financial products. So this is a guarantee, so the private investor will not lose the money. And this is a small structure that I create. So the idea is to use for small and medium enterprises in agriculture and aquaculture, because agriculture uses a lot of water too. So I think it's an issue that we are not being clear about it too. The other thing that we expect with this blue bond is to make it cheaper, because when you usually you need a lot of actors to be involved. In this case, because it's going to be issued through a DLT, which is like a platform of blockchains, the costs are reduced really, really low. So the small and medium enterprises in emerging markets can access to this kind of opportunities. They can access to a cheaper credit, cheaper finance. They can democratize also the finance for these small industries. And also, it's a way to promote the transitional finance for this small enterprise. I'm really aware, as you might know, that venture capital industry is really focusing in this kind of blue finance or blue economy. But also there are a lot of big companies, especially in the fishing industry, that they can make a soft landing transition to become less pollute and to transform their core business and be more amicable with the ocean, right? So that's the main focus. Just to finish here, there are some structures that you can see is 10 years. Again, IDB is one of the potential blended finance investors, and there's other private companies there. And you have also the platform, which is Sobond platform, which is owned by the Great Agricole, which is well known in France. And the last slide, please. Just to conclude, I think if we can mix the sustainable finance industry with the digital finance, through, for example, this financial product, which is the digital bond, and make it accessible to all over the world, will be amazing, especially because in the emerging markets like my country, Peru, or other parts of the world, you don't have the digital infrastructure to develop this kind of initiatives, but you can do it with the let's say developed markets. Like for example, in Luxembourg, they have green stock, so they are focused only in green companies or green bonds that are owned by companies or governments, but they have to be focused and regulated through the green regulation, right? So Article 8, Article 9. So there are already some infrastructure that we can use for the emerging markets. That's my point, and I think it's a really potential to be developed and will be developed in the next years. So open to questions later. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. It was very interesting. Please stay here. We will, after our last presenter, we will give the floor for questions and answers. So I think probably you have some questions. So lastly, let's welcome Harriet Okeyo from Kenya. Harriet will be presenting on an innovative project focused on converting fish waste into other resources, with fish waste comprising a significant portion of discarded material. Her initiative not only addresses environmental concerns, but also unlocks economic opportunities. Joining Harriet shares insight into transformative approach.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can I share my screen? Are you getting me?
We can barely hear you. It's very low, the volume.
We'll see if we can get a good connection for Harriet here.
Yeah.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, now it's better.
Yeah, it's a little better. Yep.
Are you able to hear me?
Oh, but we're losing you, I think.
Can you share my screen? Sorry. Can you share my screen?
Oh, so sorry, Harriet. We can barely hear you. I don't know if it's your microphone, maybe.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Yes, don't worry. We can wait.
Just a minute. Can you share my presentation, please?
Sorry, what? Can you
share my presentation?
write it? Can you write it down on the chat because the connection, the audio is not very good. I cannot understand you clearly.
It looks like some of the organizers are asking us maybe to start out with the Q&A in hopes that maybe we can get Harriet back a little bit later in our session. And so I think that might be the best course of action here for now, and then we'll see if we can get her back in the call with us shortly.
Yes, well, oh, so sorry, Harriet, because the audio is not good. We can hear some words, but only that. I don't know if maybe if you can try to connect from other internet network or other place with better connection, or I don't know which one is, or if it's the microphone problem. We can start with some questions and answer, and if you manage to connect to in order we will be able to listen to you, maybe we can. Great, thank you. I hope we can solve this. So now we have the floor for question and answers for our previous presenters and contributors. We encourage the audience to ask questions, to also contributors with each others. So please, now you feel free to do it.
I'm not sure if we'll be able to get the audio back from our contributors here, but I did have sort of a general question for all of us. I guess Hostvat might be a good first person to answer this because he has direct knowledge related to like business and ocean tech and science. I'm curious what the role is in educating ECOPs about not only the science behind the work that they're doing, but also the business aspect so that they can develop initiatives and projects that are not only environmentally sustainable, but financially sustainable as well.
I also can start. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, great. So I have a lot of advice and thoughts about this because all of my time I also have helped some early stage entrepreneurs to accelerate their projects, and I also recommend to. 2 days ago, I also was a speaker at a satellite event. It was about fundraising, innovation in ocean projects, and we have nice discussion, and we're also talking about practical things. For example, I think there are 3 type role models for great project. One of them is a non-commercial project, and it also could be invest from government for grants or different programs. Next type is profitable and profit business and profit commercial project. It's also target on the audience, on the service or product, and its main focus is about marketing and about partnership and general partner. And then third one is last but not least, it's commercial project but unprofitable. It's like startup because many venture startups became unprofitable. It's like a business model. It's different business model, but you need to understand what target do you need, because if you build some maybe a project for enterprise, it also could be more profitable, like my agency in Russia. Russia. But if I also built some venture startup, it's of course we need some investment from venture capitalists, and your business model and target. It's not about only service. It's about big target like IPO. If you know what I mean, it's go to the big market and sell stock on stock. And for investors, it's also like big target of you, and they understand what you need. And you, I think, firstly, you need to understand what target and for what you're doing, and there are a lot of different instruments and business models and different methodology how to create it. And of course, there are a lot of different financial instruments for these models, but it's quite important to understand for what target. If I want to be a unicorn, I maybe go to the venture capitalist and build my venture project. But if I want some profitable project, I also can maybe work with B2B sector or something another. So, and I also can recommend two things. One of them is a framework by Alexander Osterwalder. It's an international network. Maybe you heard something about it. It's framework which help to understand some business model and processes of what you're doing for who and with what partners. I also recommend it for different projects. And another one is a book which means Blue Ocean Strategy. It's not about ocean, it's about economical process, because here the economic red strategy is a market with high competitive area, and blue economy strategy is market when we are where we, so there is no rules, there is no some players, but we also can build something and be a leader of this areas, this leader of this market. So I also recommend to start with these two things. Sorry for long answer, but I think it's quite more useful for anyone.
No, that was great, Anastasia. Thank you very much. We have Harriet again connected with us, so we'll give her the floor for her presentation. Hopefully now everything will work out well. These internet issues are very common, so no worries at all. Harriet, can you hear us? Can you join us?
Looks like we might have lost her again.
Oh. Okay, maybe we can give her. Well, maybe we can start with our next session, and if she joins us again, we will give her time to do her presentation, so everybody will have time to do it. Oh, there is Harriet. Harriet, can you hear us? She's connecting audio. Hello, Harriet. Can you hear us?
Can you share my presentation, please?
Have you sent it to us? Because I'm not sure if I have it. Give me a minute.
Okay. So I sent it.
Harriet, I check our emails. Are you sure you sent to us your slides? Because I can't find them.
Okay, let me share. I'm using my phone, so kindly just bear with me.
Yeah, no worries
If
at
you like,
all.
yes. If you like, you can just speak, and there is no obligation to show some slides as you prefer.
Okay, so the project that I'm dealing with entails the conversion of fish waste into resources. Most of the time, the fish waste markets, they are just along the riparian areas. So you find that whenever these people are doing their businesses, these waste channel to the lake. So most of the time we convert these waste into resources. We make the omega-3 fish oils. We also have the calcium concentrate from the fish scales, and we also make the fish powder from the fish muscles. Sorry, I'm unable to share my screen because of some network challenges. Yeah.
It's okay. You're going very clear, and we can hear you perfect. So you can go on. Don't worry.
Yeah. These wastes, the majorly in Kenya, fisheries is among the leading activities. So meaning a number of wastes are being produced like every day a number of wastes is being produced, and these waste they channel to the lake, causing whatever is called the eutrophication. Currently, eutrophication in Kenya is one of the leading problems, and which needs a solution. And one of the things that causes the eutrophication in Lake Victoria is the fish waste, among other wastes that are being channeled to the lake. So conversion of these waste into resources will help to curb eutrophication problem within Lake Victoria. Thank you.
Thank you, Harriet, and thank you so much for all your effort to connect again. Thank you, everybody, for this great session regarding young entrepreneurs on oceans. It was very interesting. Sadly, our time it's over. You may have a minute if you would like to ask some questions or something, but otherwise we will continue with the next session, which is law and indigenous knowledge for our ocean. No questions so far, so let's start with this session. Sorry for the rush. Thank you, all contributors. It was fascinating to hear it from all over the world, your contributions. I'm so happy you made it. And now we will move to the next session. In this session, we start introducing one of the latest triumphs in the international law arena, that it's the BBNJ agreement. Give me just 1 second to show the slides. It will be as fast as possible. There it is. I hope it's. Can you see it? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, great. Sorry. So, as I mentioned, this is our session for law and indigenous knowledge for our oceans. And last year on 19 June, it was adopted the BBNJ agreement, which is also, as we mentioned, the short mention of the agreement under the United Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. The object of this treaty, of this agreement, is to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas that are in oceans that are beyond national jurisdiction, like high seas and the area. It is very. We were going to show a video, but given our time, maybe we will see if at the end we have time, but we will skip it. So the importance of this treaty is not only that it's a very good triumph regarding conservation and sustainable use of marine resources, but also it is very interesting that, as I mentioned, says it recognized the existence of a strong bond between indigenous and people and local communities with oceans. Several provisions, there is a suite of provisions recognizing the rights and interests of indigenous people and local communities, and also traditional knowledge. They are also involved in consultations, in the decision-making process. So it is important also in these events regarding ocean that all disciplines like not science and law merge together in these points and talk to each other, so we can continue with these triumphs like the VB&J agreement that we have last year. Now, as we mentioned, we have panelists invited to our discussions. I will give the floor to Carson, one of our co-hosts, who will introduce our first panelist.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Tamara. Actually, just before I introduce our panelists, we actually do have one of the co-hosts from Asia, Alfie, who's going to give us just a brief statement about the importance of indigenous science in the ocean space. And so Alfie is one of the co-hosts for Asia during V.ECOP Days. He's currently working with South Asia Cultural Heritage Alliance in Bangkok, Thailand. Fundamentally, they are providing a platform for underrepresented indigenous groups, including the coastal communities across Southeast Asia, to foster their knowledge and to be acknowledged internationally. So I'm not sure if Alfie is here with us in the call, but if so, we'd be happy to have them on just to give a brief statement.
Carson, we'll have to interrupt you.
Yes.
A bit.
Yep.
Okay. My name is Martina Gagliotti. I am a marine biologist and marine educator, and I work for the scuba diving sector. My testimony of change is related to the crucial role of the ECOP. I think the ECOP are important because their contribution can help in the decade objective achievement. I'm currently working as marine educator. I contributed in some Blue School projects, for example, but in the past I served also for the decade program and for the marine research field.
Cool. Well, thank you for that. That was a good contribution from Mojo. And now we have Alfie here with us, who's also going to give a brief statement.
Hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, great. So, well, thank you for inviting me, Kirsten. So, yes, speaking of technically, academically, I'm literally not coming from where this cultural heritage and local wisdom initiatives being, brought up to our policymaker stage. But out of university, I would say I am from Ireland, and being an Islander has pushed me and has driven me to, looking up to my communities where I'm from, and then actually there's tons of like hidden gems that they've been doing, like protecting our environment. And I'm from Ireland. My ancestors, my family, like my father's, let's say, just looking at the sky, and he can tell that tomorrow will be a like lightning storm, for example, or tomorrow will rain so heavily, something like that. So with that being said, like ever since I moved to Thailand, where I study for my communications degree, and it makes me thinking that why don't I just connect with with policymakers, with academia, where they have a connection to connect these people underrepresented. And luckily, I meet Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance based in Bangkok. So 2021, it was a kick off, and then it was a kick start where we have a voice of youth across Southeast Asians, and we were bringing up these voices that have been ignored in our community, and then they are pretty much underrepresented in terms of like what they're doing. But actually, it's been really like well presented and well preserved. And then technically we are having their voices, and then we're bringing up. And recently we joined the COP28, and it was really nice. We slightly better fruits from this campaign, having our indigenous people from Brunei, from Aceh, and then from Philippines. I think recently we had a speaker who talked about the Kayan typhoon in Philippines, which is like quite pathetic for us, for islander people. So with that being said, that connecting our people in the remote area and to the people who are the stakeholders or like the policy making is going to be something awesome, having this all connectivity. And if we have this like on track, we wouldn't have any of us like left behind. And with that being said, like everyone will achieve eventually the Sustainable Development Goals 17, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. No poverty, no one left behind, even like for urban life and etc. So that's really inspired me so far, even though like I'm not doing it academically, but I'm really looking forward for pursuing my master degree in ecotourism, where I'm from Ireland. So supporting my community in terms of like tourism and combining. Well, we are also now campaigning the craft from sea lobster shell, and we are crafting a craft, and then we are selling it to someone even abroad. So we are still initiating this craft and trying to get more people, to reach people, to get to know that we are locals, but we also can bring up something valuable to the society. And that's all.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Alfie, for that introduction. Yeah. That was amazing. We really appreciate your perspectives and your insights on this. So I guess in the interest of time, I'm going to very quickly introduce our panelists here. We have Naya Sena, who will be joining us to share her expertise in conservation and sustainable development, particularly focusing on coastal communities and marine ecosystems in Cabo Verde. So Naya, we're happy to have you join us. I know we're a little bit pressed for time, so maybe you could just give a quick sentence or two about your background and work, and we can get right into it.
Yes, thank you for having me. And I am so sorry also, I'm here at the conference and the lightning is not good. I hope you can hear me well. But like you said, my name is Naya. I come from Cabo Verde Islands. And basically, I research on sustainable coastal development. And I focus specifically on how we can better integrate local communities in decision-making processes in protected areas management, and how can we empower communities to be more at the seat, at the table, and have a say. How can we create infrastructures that are effective, whether it's with the government, with the local authorities, to have local indigenous people's voices heard? And also, how can we find solutions for all the problems that we face in areas like Cabo Verde? Sorry, I forgot to mention, I target specifically working on small island developing states, which we call SIDS. So as most of you may know, SIDS are highly affected by climate change effects. And it's very urgent. It's a very pressing matter to us. So then how can we make these coastal communities more resilient, empower them, and give them a say when we make decisions, whether it's as policymakers or research and scientists? How can we integrate them fully in these processes? So if I can really sum it up, that's what I do.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Naya. I'll pass it over to Manon now, who's going to start the questions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Naya. That was very interesting. So unfortunately, we're supposed to have another panelist who cannot join because of a last-minute emergency. So Naya, we have questions to ask you. So if we consider your expertise in conservation and sustainable development, How do you think that international legal frameworks, like the law of the sea, can better integrate indigenous perspectives and knowledge to promote like relationships, better relationships between coastal communities and marine ecosystems, and especially in regions like Cabo Verde?
Yes. So, first of all, how many indigenous communities were consulted? How many were there when the agreements were being signed? Was it with the local communities? Were they actually part of this agreement? Whereas with the politicians and scientists and researchers? Maybe there's a representative or two, but I guess my statement is more of a provocation for us, as we are as well in the ocean conference and we are discussing the ocean we want. How much of indigenous people have answered that question? How much have we taken that into consideration? And we can talk about the high seas or the coastal lines, and it doesn't really matter because the ocean is one and we're all connected. And whatever we do in the high seas or whatever we do in the coastal line, indirectly or indirectly, will have an effect, right? So I think that the first and basic question is, when we define the ocean we want, when we define these international frameworks, how much of locals, people's perspectives, traditions, wants, and needs are taken in consideration? Or is the multinationals or macroeconomic criteria that are taken into consideration? And I also think that even when we're talking about something like the Decade of Ocean Science, it is important that although it is an international framework, that we take into consideration the local contexts. For example, one of the researchers I did, and I presented it here in the conference as a poster, is I basically just took the decade challenges that we have, that international framework that should serve for all of us. And I did this during the pandemic, so I could only do it through Zoom, but I interviewed local stakeholders, different from researchers to scientists to people in private business, environmentalists and NGO leaders. I tried to cover as much as possible. And basically what I tried to do was to identify the local decade challenges for Cabo Verde, and trying to understand that although yes, we can even frame them into the 10 big challenges, but they do have a local perspective that it's important. And so many of the challenges that came up were not even taken in consideration in the international framework. Of course, they cannot. And I think it would be almost utopic for me to believe that we can create an international framework that serves everyone. But if we can create international frameworks that leave space for each country, and specifically countries that are so dependent on the ocean like SIDS, to adjust it to their local reality and to give a percentage for the local communities, for the indigenous people to have their say, that would be important. Because one law cannot serve everyone, and it shouldn't. It should be flexible enough for everyone to feel represented and understood. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but yes.
I think you did, and if you allow me, I would like to jump on of what you just asked. I'm a lawyer, and I can totally understand these struggles. Also, I'm from Argentina, Latin American, and so I know I can empathize with this feeling of not entirely feel your interests and rights represented, even through a consultation. So how is this consultation carried? It's not sufficient. If you can give not only me, for everybody who's listened, but as me as lawyer, I would love to hear how would you would like law or the international arena to address better indigenous people's involvement in this area. I mean, how would you like to, how do you propose to be here better? I don't know, you mentioned that the space it's given, it's not entirely accurate? I don't know, maybe it's very broad, my question, but I just would
Mhm.
like to know how to address better this situation.
Mhm. Yes, and thank you for mentioning that, you know, your background as a lawyer, because I think this is what we need. We need transdisciplinary collaborations, because I'm focusing more on conservation. I'm focusing more on coastal people, and it's important also to have the insights of people from different areas for us to have an effective solution. Um, but answering now to your question, I think that I'm not sure if a quota system would be efficient or not. We could study that. If it would be efficient to have in every international agreement, we have to have a quota of indigenous people that are directly affected by whatever decision we're making. They need to be represented. They need to be consulted. They need to be part of we need social surveys. We need enough representation. And if that can be determined with quota systems, maybe it is feasible. And I guess we can also adjust depending on what we are discussing. And I think also it comes up with re-educating scientists, researchers, and politicians. Let me speak on behalf of researchers. When we do a project, we shouldn't use indigenous people as token to just check the diversity box or the inclusivity box. We should really be concerned that whatever research we're doing includes local people and serves the local communities as well as our conservation targets. And the communities should be integrated at different stages as well. Not only when we consult them with social surveys, with questionnaires and so on, but make them part of the research. Bring them along with you when you're sampling. Half of your project has to be educating and sharing your knowledge, sharing your information, and receiving the knowledge of the local communities as well. You're not going to teach anyone. It's going to be a share of knowledge and information. So every time we go on the field sampling, applying conservation projects, we need to include local people, local knowledge. We need to go with the humbleness of understanding that we're going to learn a lot as well. And then we cannot impose theory upon certain communities, and that we need to be open to understand different ways of living and trying to create compromise. And that involves dialogue. It is complex. It is not easy, and that doubles, if not triples, the amount of work that we need to do. But I think it's the only way that we can make science in an efficient way. And it really doesn't matter if it's for coastal communities or with the high seas. We really, really need to listen to what people need and want. And often we also need to put the effort to educate, to raise awareness, and to motivate people to participate in these type of decisions. Because if we go look at all the science and marine policy, and as a lawyer, I am also sure that all the laws, sometimes they sound so complicated and so difficult to understand, even as sometimes for an expert. So how much work are we researchers doing to simplify science, to make it and transform it into lay people communication? How much are we transforming science into art or into other forms that we can communicate it easier to the general population? So I think we really need to go back to bases and to really create bridges to communicate science and to integrate communities in a very honest and in a very inclusive way.
Thank you so much. I loved your answer, and I agree with you that law is for people, and it's the wording and everything. It's not suitable for everybody. Not even for me at the beginning when I studied law. So thank you very much. It was very, very insightful for me, this conversation. And we're sorry that our session has finished. I will give the floor to my co-host also to say goodbye to you and thank all for this presentation. I don't want to take all the microphone.
Sorry, I saw someone just contacted me on the chat. I just sent, I don't know if it was a direct message or if I sent it to everyone, but if everyone can feel free to contact me, I'll just leave my email here for further
Please do,
contact,
sure.
please. I just posted as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a great discussion. Yes, so we are sorry that we had to shorten it. And we would like to thank you all for having attended this this session. Maybe Carson, you want to add one last word before we pass it to the Mojos?
Yeah, sure. I think this has been really an amazing session. Yeah, it's been great to be a part of this, and it's so cool seeing so many contributions and participation from the audience over the course of the last 3 days. Just wanted to thank our sponsors briefly to help make this event possible. They include the German Marine Research Consortium in cooperation with the Global ECOP Program, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, IOC UNESCO, the European Commission through Prep for Blue, the Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya, the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association. So we thank you all for being here, and we're going to go ahead and pass it over to our Mojos who are about to close us out for the event.
Yes, she says yes. Yes, okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are still in the Convention Center here in Barcelona at the UN Ocean Decade Conference. We're coming to an end. 3 days of successful V.ECOP Days 2024 is finally reaching its final stages. Thank you so much for staying with us for this whole time. It was so successful and rich conversations we're having had, and we had over 400 different registrations with 100 contributions from over 45 different countries. I think that's incredible, the international reach that we have here, and we're coming all together, so that's amazing. I also want to point out we had 11 amazing hosts covering 5 different regions, so I was really happy and grateful to have you guys follow us along. It was an exciting time, and now we are coming here for our last words and our last interview. I'm going to hand over to Vero.
Hi, everyone. It is my pleasure to say that we are here today with Alison Clausen. She is the Deputy Coordinator of the Ocean Decade IUC UNESCO, who is actually the main coordinators of the whole conference. So this is an honor. Thank you so much for your time. And we will go straight forward to our questions. And the first one is, how does the IUC UNESCO plan to bridge the gap between science research and policy making in the context of the ocean decade, especially with the aim of achieving sustainable ocean management?
Great question. Thank you. And first of all, it's such an honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me, and congratulations on yet another very successful V.ECOP's series of days, I guess, over 3 days. I remember must have been 2021 when we first heard about this concept. How on earth are they going to do that? And yet you have done it once and twice, and it's such a great success. So congratulations. But coming to the question. So, one of the things I think we're seeing in the decade is that at the beginning there was, or there still is, but a lot of bottom-up excitement and science and knowledge and data being generated. And you're right, now we need to make sure that that science and that knowledge is actually moving into informed policy, decision-making, management. And that's at the global level, the regional level, the national level, local communities as well, cities. And so one of the things that is going to come out of this conference is a conference statement. And this statement has been built through what we're hearing over these 3 days, but also through about a year-long process of preparatory work, which was the Vision 2030 process that looked at all the different Ocean Decade challenges and basically tried to say, what are we doing well in the decade, of course, but what could we do better? And one of the first things that has come out is that the decade really now, we're a third of the way through, and we need to start thinking about how the policy needs, the management needs can drive the science questions. It is so urgent that we have relevant science, that we have timely science, and we have science in those geographies that where we don't have, we just don't have enough. So we're going to come out of this conference with that mandate and that priority to think about the processes we can put in place with national decade committees, with regional organizations, to map and identify the key policy needs that can drive the science. And then behind that, we're building up a series of new programs. So there'll be a new program announced tomorrow, in fact, about Africa, about sustainable ocean management in Africa. There'll be a new program, or I think it's actually being announced as we speak, on sustainable ocean planning that will work with countries to identify those gaps, those really, really urgent policy needs, so the science can feed into that and really be timely, relevant, and used by those people who need it.
I hope it works and we can make it before the decade finishes.
I hope so.
I wish you the best. And now the next question goes for Fiona.
Yes, thank you for explaining us the science background. Now, I'm wondering, where do the ECOPs come in? The young generations, obviously, we're worried looking forward, this planet that we're inheriting. So where would you say is the best way to implement, to include ECOPs in the decision and policy making process implementing the UN Ocean Decade?
I think quite simply everywhere. I mean, I think ECOPs need to be everywhere in the decade, and we are trying hard to do that. But I think it's, we need to continue this incredible collaboration that we've had with the ECOP community. You were the first ones who came to us and said, hang on, somebody is missing from this conversation. And I'm just blown away, so amazed by how the ECOPs have come together through the ECOP program, but also other initiatives all around the world, and put your hands up and put your voices up and said, we need to be part of this. And we're working hard to do that. So we're making sure that in all our coordination structures, so our Decade Advisory Board, we now have 3 ECOPs sitting on the Decade Advisory Board. We look to our decentralized coordination structures. They all have to have an ECOP focal point, but to be hiring ECOPs as well. Every program has an ECOP focal point who comes together as part of the network. We have the program, of course, that is setting up regional nodes and national nodes. And then things like this conference, as much as possible on all the panels, we have an ECOP voice. As much as possible, we have ECOPs helping us to design the program and be involved in the moderation. And then very practical things like travel support. We've worked really hard to make sure that we've had 10% of the conference participants here with travel support, and most of those have been ECOPs. And it's been something that we've worked a lot with partners with, and that we've said we want to keep doing, and have that really something as systematic in the decade, when the decade is present in a conference, that we support as many ECOPs as possible to be there as well and have a voice in these global gatherings.
Thank you so much. I think that is the very motivating part to take from, also to hear for our ECOPs here and to take from this conversation. So thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Susanne.
Thank you. And thank you, Alison, for answering those questions so lovely. And so our next question will be about what skills the ECOPs need to develop and to focus on to be able to effectively contribute to the actions of the Ocean Decade.
So I think there are a range of skills. There's obviously the scientific skills and so on, which you're all doing anyway through your training and through your professional development and so on. I think it's really important to understand how, for example, the United Nations works. How is it structured? How are decisions made? What is a conference of parties? How do negotiations happen? Because it is, even for people who work in it, it is a complex and somewhat opaque system, but the best way to find those entry points is to understand the structures, the frameworks, and the decision-making processes, because we often see ECOPs, with wonderful ideas, but without knowing how they can bring those ideas to the table. So that's the first thing. I think negotiation skills are very important. I think this goes beyond ECOPs as well, but being able to be in some of those discussions and being able to put across a point of view, and it comes back to the first question as well, not just the science, convince people that the science has a use, convince people, how do you narrate, how do you communicate the science to a policymaker and make them take notice of what you're saying. I think skills around co-design are really, really important as well. and again, this goes more broadly than ECOPS, but I think ECOPS, from what we've seen, are much more open to the idea of co-design and to the idea of bringing in diverse stakeholders from industry to local community groups. And I mean, it's sort of intuitive, but there are real skills that you can learn on that as well. So I think in addition to all the science and all the research and the amazing, scientific work, those are 3 skill sets that I think would really, really help and would also make the decade a success, because it means the next generation coming up is going to have a set of skills that the current generation doesn't necessarily have.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I think that's a wonderful call to action for ECOPS watching and ECOPS all over the world, that we need to really engage and educate ourselves and build these co-design and storytelling skills for the Ocean Decade. So we'd love to bring our wonderful program to a close now. Thank you so much for tuning in. To all our hosts, our moderators, people behind the scenes in the studio, we say a big thank you, and thank you for giving us your time. The live stream recording will be available on the YouTube app, and you can log in and join in. And we'd like to say a big thank you to Fisheries and Ocean Canada, the EU Mission Ocean, WIOMSA, the Global Eco Program, and the Polytechnic University of Catalonia. And yeah, without further ado, thank you so much, Alison, for speaking with us. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you, Fiona, our mojos. And yeah, and thank you, everybody. So ciao, bye.